Yes, Captain, you may continue from where we left off yesterday.
Thank you, my lord. Yesterday I was on page 2 of 5. There is a table 1 there. I mentioned the first column, which in the first column I mentioned the samples that were sent to the forensic science laboratory for comparison purposes.
Izolo-ke uma siqedelela-ke bengisakhuluma ngayo-ke the page 2 of 5 la futhi ngishona noma ngichaza lawo-ke ama-sample athunyelwa khona-ke e-lab ukuthi sisebenze ngawo.
So on the samples we have the swab 1 and the head B with their own container and bag numbers, as well as the reference numbers of the different suspects and their bag numbers as well as their container numbers.
Lana-ke sino swab 1 kanye futhi-ke nesigqoko-ke ekunama number ama-container ngaphakathi i-container yabe isifaka ngaphakathi-ke kwama-bag nama-number lawo ama-bag kanye-ke nama-sample abo abasolwa nama-number ama-container kanye nama-number awo ama-bag la ama-container ebefakwe kuwona.
I did also do the second column, which also talks to the gender marker, which is amylogenin, that tells us the donor of the DNA, whether it's a male or a female, and if it's a male, it's XY, and if it's a female, it will then be XX.
Khulumile-ke nalapho na isichazela-ke ukuthi-ke idonor leyo noma umuntu loyo-ke we-DNA umuntu wesilisa noma umuntu wesifazane. Uma kuwumuntu wesilisa izothi-ke XY, uma kuwumuntu wesifazane izothi XX.
I also mentioned that on the swab and the head B, we got a DNA that is a result which is a mixture of DNA result.
Ngishilo-ke ukuthi ku-swab 1 kanye futhi nesigqoko-ke lana siphawule ku-head B ukuthi-ke la khona-ke imiphumela yakhona-ke bekuyimiphumela eyimisha noma-ke ehlangene.
So on the reference sample, I said that it's a single donor profiles because those reference samples were taken from known individuals.
Ngishilo-ke ukuthi-ke kumasampulu-ke abantu noma-ke abasolwa-ke labantu laba-ke ababhaliwe ngamagama laphayana ukuthi-ke i-single donor noma-ke umuntu oyedwa ngoba-ke athathwe kubantu abaziwayo.
So I also mentioned I was on the bigger column, which is written STR loci. Those are the regions of the DNA that we look at, that we know that when we look at those particular regions, we'll be able to identify individuals.
Bese ngikhuluma-ke noma izolo ngikhuluma ngayo-ke lena esithi STR loci la esithi khona-ke kunendawo eyithize esibheka kuzona esaziyo-ke ukuthi uma sibheka kuzo lezo ndawo lezo-ke umuntu-ke uzotholakala.
So underneath the STR loci, you will see I talk about the DNA regions, the names of the DNA regions, that is D8S1179 up until FG8. Those are just scientific names of the DNA regions that we look at.
Kubekho-ke lama regions-ke eyokuqala-ke ngu-D8S1179 ukuyofika-ke ku-FGA amagama-ke nje alezo indawo lezo esibheka kuzona.
So when we end, I was starting to do what we call a DNA comparison to show whether we are reading or we are able to find the DNA of the reference sample in the swab or in the head.
Manje-ke bese siqedelela-ke yila bengisengithi siyaqhathanisa-ke khona ukuthi-ke kulama-sample abantu-ke laba ababhaliwe ngamagama lana ukuthi yini bayatholakala yini ama-DNA abo laphayana ku-swab 1 noma-ke kwisigqoko lesi esibhalwe head B.
My Lord, what is important before I start checking whether I can find their DNA in the swab or in the head is that for us to say a person is included, you have to include the person in all the DNA regions.
Okubalulekile-ke ukuthi ukuze sisho-ke ukuthi umuntu-ke uyatholakala-ke noma-ke kuthiwa-ke i-DNA yakhe ikhona lapho kufanele ukuthi afakwe-ke kuma-regions onke.
So reading a person in one single region does not mean that that person is included in the mixture.
Uma-ke umuntu etholakala noma-ke efundeka-ke kwi-region eyodwa akusho ukuthi-ke usekhona-ke kwi-mixture leyo.
Now, what is the position if you read that person in more than one region?
Even if you read him in more than one region, you must, for you to conclude that that person is a contributor to the mixture, you have to read him in all the DNA regions.
Uma kuwukuthi-ke utholakala kuma-regions noma kwi-region engaphezulu kweyodwa, ukuze-ke uthi yebo ukhona-ke uyingxenye lapho, kufanele kube ukuthi onke lama-regions-ke akhona-ke ngachazelekana uyatholakala kuwona.
Are there any of these regions or loci that are more important than the others? In other words, that are more distinguishing?
In terms of distinguishing character of the loci, we use them in combination to give us the distinguishing factor. So we combine them. It's not necessarily to say we attach more importance to one than the other. We attach importance to the combination of them all together.
Lamalosi-ke ayahlanganiswa onke-ke ukuthi-ke noma kwenziwe-ke i-combination, hayi ukuthi kuzoba eyodwa-ke esemqoka ukwendlula ezinye, kodwa-ke ziyahlanganiswa zonke kube i-combination.
So that's why I say that for us to say you are a contributor to the mixture, you have to be read in all the DNA region. And if you are a contributor, of course, I did so many DNAs where we are able to read people in the mixtures in all the DNA regions if they indeed contributed to the mixture.
Uma kuwukuthi-ke umuntu-ke ube neqhaza-ke kwi-mixture leyo-ke noma kuhlanganisela lokho-ke sekwenzile-ke amacala amaningi la kutholakala ukuthi umuntu abe khona-ke kuma-regions onke.
Sorry, Captain, if I may interrupt you. Does the quality of the sample determine as to whether or not enough DNA can be found to read a person on all the loci?
Yes, the quality of the sample also play a major factor. But what is important is that when the quality is low, sometimes you'll get not enough DNA.
Yebo-ke kanye-ke ne-quality-ke ye-sample leyo-ke noma lokho okuthathwe kumuntu-ke nako-ke kunomthelela-ke uma kuwukuthi-ke i-quality yakhona-ke iphansi-ke angeke uze uthole i-DNA eyanele.
The fact that the reading is a mixture, does that play any role?
Can you?
The fact that you have a mixture, like in this instance, will that play a role in whether you can find enough DNA for all the loci?
The fact is that, my lord, that in all the loci we indeed got the DNA. So it's not to say that in one of the loci of the mixtures we didn't get DNA. In all the loci of the regions or where we have mixtures, the DNA was there in this case.
Lana-ke kuwo onke-ke lama-regions esikhuluma ngawo akusiyo ukuthi kune-region ethize la engatholakala ngakhona-ke i-DNA. Kuwo onke lawo ma-regions leyo-ke ibe khona noma i-DNA etholakalayo.
Yes, you may proceed.
So, my lord, I'm going to then look just to show, read the reference sample just to check whether the reference sample of individual suspects are read in the mixtures or not.
Manje ngizokwenza-ke ngizofunda-ke noma-ke kukho lana abhalwe khona-ke ama-sample yila athathwe-ke basolwa-ke ukuthi-ke iyatholakala noma uyafundeka yini leyo sample leyo kwi-mixture le esinayo.
Just to repeat that, for us to read a person in one place does not mean that person is read into the mixture. He has to be read totally.
Angikuphinde-ke lokhu ngigcizelele-ke lokhu ukuthi uma umuntu efundwe asithi-ke kwi-region eyodwa kodwa-ke angatholakali-ke kwi-mixture akusho ukuthi lowo uyingxenye-ke kufanele ukuthi-ke ama-regions lawana onke atholakale kuwona.
My Lord, I'm going to start with MZ Mapisa as the reference sample of MZ Mapisa. If we look at the first DNA region, which is D8S1179, on the swab we have characters 12, 13, 14, and 15, and on Mapisa we have 13 and 13, which is there. 13 represent the 13 that is there on the swab is also the same 13 that is there on Mapisa.
Manje-ke ngizoqala ngaye-ke MZ Mapisa. Uma sibheka laphayana phezulu-ke ngaphansi kwakhe u-D8S1179. Amanamba afundekayo laphayana u-12, 13, 14 kanye no-15. Uma bese sibheka kuyena-ke u-MZ Mapisa kuno-13, 13 okusho ukuthi ukhona u-13 laphayana phezulu nalo 13-ke okhona kuyena uMapisa.
We will continue. When we continue on D21S11, you will see that on the swab we have 27, 28, 29, and 30, and on MZ Mapisa we have 28 and 30.2.
Siqhubekeke ngaye laphayana kwi-swab uma ubheka-ke kuno-28, 27, kuno-28, kuno-29, kuno-30. Uma ubheka kuyena-ke u-MZ Mapisa kuno-28 kanye no-30.2.
So you could clearly see that there is no 30.2 on the swab. So in that case, Mapisa is out because we don't have that character 30.2.
Ozokubona-ke ukuthi laphayana kwi-swab asinayo u-30.2. Kuno-30 laphayana okusho ukuthi-ke akekho-ke laphayana uMapisa.
Captain, if I can just take you to the previous loci, D8S1179, you mentioned that the 13 on Mapisa is also present on the swab. Do you read him in or don't you read him in?
Yes, in that loci we read him in.
Laphayana eqaleni-ke bengithe kuno-12, 13, 14, 15 bese kuthi eduze kwakhe-ke uMapisa MZ Mapisa kube no-13, 13 laphayana-ke uyafundeka-ke kusho ukuthi-ke ukhona-ke laphayana.
But on the second one we don't have 30.2 which Mapisa has and the swab have only 30. So in that place we are not reading him in on that second region.
Ngoba-ke eduze kwaMapisa lapha kuno-30.2 akekho-ke kwi-swab ku-30.2 okusho ukuthi-ke laphayana-ke akahlanganiswa.
And as well as the next DNA region, which is D7 S820, you will see that the characters are 10, 11, and 12. And if you look at Mapisa has 9 and 9, then Mapisa obviously is not read in that particular region.
Uphinde ubheke-ke ngaphansi kwakhe-ke u-D7S820 kuno-10, 11 no-12. Uma usubheka-ke eduze kwegama lakhe u-MZ Mapisa u-9 kanye no-9 okusho ukuthi-ke akumhlanganisi.
So from there, there is no point of us continuing reading him in others because we could clearly see from here that even if we were to read him going forward, it won't help because we didn't read him in the first two. So for us to read somebody, we have to read that particular person in all the DNA regions.
Manje-ke asisekho isidingo sokuthi sesingaqhubeka-ke sifundeke amanye ama-regions ngoba-ke sekucacile-ke kula awuqala amabili-ke ukuthi u-MZ Mapisa kuwona-ke akatholakali ngoba ukuze umuntu-ke abe yingxenye noma-ke sithi-ke simfundeke laphayana kufanele ukuthi abe khona kuma-regions onke.
So in that case, we will not continue with Mapisa because we can see that he's excluded in that particular swab.
Ngalokho-ke asingeke sibe siyaqhubeka-ke ngayo u-MZ Maphisa ngoba-ke manje usekhishiwe-ke akekho kuleya swap leyana.
So we'll just do the head as well on the same suspect, which is Mapisa. On the head, we'll start the same way as on the first DNA region. You will see that on the head, we have 14 and 15, and Mapisa has 13 and 13, of which already he's excluded on that particular head.
Sesizodlulela-ke manje kusigqoko-ke naso-ke sosifunda ngale ndlela-ke ebesifunde ngayo-ke u-swap 1. Uma usuqala-ke nje kusona isigqoko uyabona-ke ukuthi u-14 15 kuyena u-MZ Maphisa kube u-13 13. Lokho sekuyacaca-ke ukuthi-ke nalaphayana-ke ukhishiwe amagama u-excluded akasiyona-ke ingxenye.
So in that case, if we were to continue again if we go again on the second DNA region, you will see that on D21S11, you will see that Mapisa as well has 28 and 30.2, and on the head we have 28, 31, and 31.2, which is excluded as well.
Masiqhubeka-ke ngayo uMaphisa sesilandela-ke manje okwekolom yesibili-ke u-28 kanye no-30.2 kuyena u-MZ Maphisa, bese kuthi kusona-ke isigqoko kuba u-28, u-31 kanye no-31.2 sekusho-ke ukuthi ukhishiwe-ke akekho laphayana akatholakali.
So in this instance, my lord, we can clearly see that Mapisa is excluded on both the swab and on the head.
Lana-ke sesiyabona-ke ukuthi kuzo zombili-ke iswap kanye naso isigqoko ukuthi uMaphisa akasiyona-ke ingxenye noma akatholakali laphayana.
And then we have another reference sample, Mapisa Mtokozeni, and then we will do the same. On the swab, he has 13 and 13, and then on the swap we have 12, 13, and 14, and 15, and Tokozeni Mapisa has 13 and 13, which can be read in the first one.
Manje-ke sesidlulela kuyena-ke uMaphisa Mthokoziseni, sizobona-ke laphayana phezulu eduze kwayo iswap u-12, u-13, u-14 kanye no-15, bese kuthi eduze kwakhe kwalo-ke igama lakhe uMaphisa Mthokoziseni u-13 no-13. Manje-ke kunalo ya 13-ke omhlanganisayo.
Are these two samples of the same person, or are they different persons?
No, they are actually different persons.
Labantu-ke abantu ababili abahlukile akusiyena umuntu oyedwa.
My lord, then you will see that on the next column, you will see that we have 27 on the swap, 27, 28, and 29, and 30. And then on that one, we have 28 and 30.2. So he's also, 30.2 is not there on the swap.
Bese kuthi-ke eduze kwalo-ke igama lakhe uMaphisa Mthokoziseni kuno 28, bese kuba no 30.2. Kuyona-ke iswap kuno 27, u-28, u-29 kanye no-30. Akekho-ke laphayana u-30.2 okusekusho-ke ukuthi akumhlanganisi.
So we also, in this case, have, in terms of the swap, we will say that Mtokozeni is excluded because we could see clearly that he's not going to be read, he's not read in one of the regions.
Singasho-ke manje ukuthi mayelanayo-ke iswap ukuthi yena-ke uMthokoziseni akafundeki noma akatholakaleki noma kukho kumhlanganisayo lapha okusho ukuthi usekhishiwe.
If you look at this one of SFF1PO, you will see that there are dots, there are two dots on there. That's where we didn't get a DNA.
Kunalena-ke mase sindlulela ngaphambili-ke eno CSF1PO yona-ke uzobona-ke ukuthi nama-dots amabili lokho kuchaza-ke ukuthi-ke i-DNA ayitholakalanga.
And what could be the reason, Captain?
The reason is that sometimes when sample is taken, it's possible that in some of the regions we might not get DNA because of like the DNA that was taken was not enough to give us a full profile.
Kuyenzeka-ke ukuthi-ke la ekuthathwa khona-ke i-DNA nama-collagen leyo-ke ekuthathwa kuyona-ke i-DNA uma ngabe ithathwa-ke ayitholakalanga ngoba ibinganele.
So it doesn't matter because already with the ones that we have DNA on is already excluded. Even if we were to get DNA on the one that we didn't get, it won't make a difference because we already have DNA on other regions where he's excluded.
Kodwa-ke lokho bengeke kusize ngalutho-ke ngoba-ke la i-DNA ikhona-ke noma la ibithathwe khona-ke besele ekhishiwe vele noma bekungekho okumhlanganisayo.
So in terms of the swab, and as well as if you look at the head as well, Mapisa Mtokozini as well is excluded.
Uma ubheka-ke kuyona iswap kanye naso-ke isigqoko lapho-ke uMthokoziseni Mapisa usekhishiwe nje akekho lapho.
If we look at the other reference sample, which is BS Ntanzi, Ntanzi on the first region he has 12 and 14, and then if you look at the first DNA region of the swab, it has 12, 13, and 14, and 15. So 12 and 14 is there. He's included in the first region.
Uma uzobheka-ke kwi-swab yokuqala kuno 12 swab yokuqala yebo swab 1 kuno 12 kuno 13 kuno 14 kuno 15 bese uthi uma ubheka-ke eduze kwakhe uBS Ntanzi u12 14 u12 ukhona kuyena nalapha phezulu kuswab ukhona u14 ukhona kuyena nakwiswab ukhona u14.
And the first one, the gender marker, the amylogenin?
No, on the amylogenin is included as well because it's XY and we have XY as well.
Lapha uchazayo ukuthi-ke umuntu wesilisa noma wesifazana-ke ukhona-ke ngoba ku-XY laphayana naye-ke u-XY.
We have to continue. When we continue on D21S11, you will see that on the swab we have 27, 28, 29, and 30, and then on Tanzi we have 29 and 36. So if you look at the swab, we don't have 36, and we only have 29, of which then we are excluding Ntanzi now.
Uma uzobheka-ke phezulu-ke enzansi kwakhe-ke u-D21S11 kuyona-ke uswap 1 kuno 27, 28, 29 kanye no 30. Uma usubheka-ke kuNtanzi u29 kanye no 36. U36-ke akekho laphayana eduze kweswap sino 29 kuphela la lokho kusho ukuthi-ke cha lokho-ke akumhlanganisi noma kumfaki.
We can continue on the swab on D7S820. You will see that we have 10, 11, and 12. Ntanzi has 11 and 11, which we can include him there.
Uzobuya-ke ubheke eduze kwayo-ke noma-ke kuyona iswap kuno swap 1 kuno 10, 11 kanye no 12. Uma ubheka-ke eduze kwegama lakhe uNtanzi kuno 11 no 11 lokho okusho ukuthi-ke kuyamhlanganisa ngoba u11 ukhona laphayana nakuyena ukhona u11.
And if you continue SF1PO, we have 8, 10, and 12, and Ntanzi has 10, of which 10 is there, and then we can read him there.
Uma usubheka-ke eduze kwakhe noma-ke enzansi kwakhe uCSF1PO amanamba khona u8, u10 no 12. Uma ubheka-ke uNtanzi u10 no 10 okusho ukuthi-ke u10 ukhona laphayana kanye nakuNtanzi-ke ukhona okusho ukuthi-ke usungamreader-ke noma umfunde ukuthi ukhona laphayana.
So if we continue D3S1358, we have 14, 15, and 16, and Ntanzi has 16, so we can read him as well there.
Uma usubheka-ke ku D3S1358 laphayana amanamba u14, u15 kanye no16 eduze-ke kwakhe uNtanzi-ke ngaphansi kwayo-ke leyo column leyo u16 no16 okusho ukuthi-ke u16 loyana-ke uyamhlanganisa ngoba ukhona u16 lapha phezulu.
On TH01, you will see that On the swap, we have 7 and 8. However, Ntanzi has 7 and 9, of which we can't read him there.
Uma uzobheka ke ku THO1 yona ke iswap amanamba khona u7 no8 u78 bese kuthi kuntanzi ke u7 no9 u9 akekho ke lapha ukuthi ke akwazi ke ukuthi ungathi uyamfaka lapha.
So, because already we didn't read him in one place at D21 S11, now we are not reading him at TH01.
Nanjengoma ke bese singamhlanganisanga noma ke ebengatholakalanga ke la ngaphansi ko D21 S11 kanye no THO1 akafuna lapho akatholakalanga.
Even in the next DNA region D13 S1 S317 as well, the swap has 12 and 12, and Tanzi has 11 and 12, of which also we don't read him there.
Bese kuthi nakwelandelayo ke uD13 S317 yona ino 12 no 12 bese kuthi uNtanzi abe no 11 no 12 nalapho ke awukwazi ukuthi ungamhlanganisa.
So we won't continue because already we could see that it won't help because we are not reading him in all the DNA regions.
Manje ke asingeke sibe saqhubeka ke ngoba ke angeke kusize ngoba akatholakali kuwona onke ama regions.
So in total, in how many DNA regions do you read him in?
In total, if I were to check now, it's one, the XY, the D8 S1179, the D7, that is number 3, number 4, which is SF1PO, number 5, here we don't read him, here we don't read him, here we read him, here we don't, which is D2S1138, we also don't read him. Here we read him. This is D19S433. Here we don't read him. FWA, we don't read him. Here we read him. At T-Pox, we read him. We don't read him here. At D18SF1, we also we read him here, and then we read him here. So out of 16 regions, we are reading him on 10.
Kuma regions ke awu 16 awu 10 atholakala kuwona ke uNtanzi noma ke amhlanganisayo ke uNtanzi.
Captain, can you maybe just do the rest of the loci? You stop at D13 S317. Can you do the rest of the regions and indicate whether you read him in or out?
Okay. Which one do you?
You can continue from D16 S539.
Oh, S539. Okay. So D16 S539, you will see that the swap has 11 and 12, and Tanzi has 9, 11, 12, and 14. That is a mixture. And then Tanzi has 11 and 12, which you can see in the mixture.
Base kuthi masibheka phansi kwakhe ke uD16 S539 amanamba akhona ke okuyi mixture ke leyana u9 11 u12 kanye no14 bese kuthi ke uNtanzi uno 11 kanye no12.
So do you read him in and out on that loci?
On that loci, we are reading him.
Lapha yana ke uyatholakala ke.
However, go to the next one, D2S1338. You will see that on the swap we have 19 and 24. Ntanzi has 16 and 19. So for us to read Ntanzi, we must have 16 as well in that mixture. So we are not reading it.
Laphayana ke ku D2S 1338 u19 no24 bese kuthi ke kuntanzi u16 no19 ukuze ke simfunde
Fuel for cars that carry cars that carry cars. 4-in-1 technology, perfect for every engine.
ku16 laphayana.
So we'll go to the next DNA region, which is D19S433. You will see that the mixture has 7, 11, 13, 14, and 15.2, and Ndanzi has 13 and 14. 13 and 14 is there on the swap, so we are reading him.
Bese kuthi ku D19S433 ama numbers atholakalayo ke laphayana ke u7, 11, 13, 14, 15.2 bese kuthi ke kuntanzi kutholakala u13 kanye no14 kusho ukuthi lo 13 kanye no14 anayeke uyatholakala laphayana phezulu kuyona iswap.
So on VWA in that DNA regions we have 16, 18 and 19 on the swap, and then if you look at Ntanzi has 15 and 16, so we are not reading him because we don't have 15 on the swap.
Bese kuthi ku VWA ama numbers akhona laphayana u16, u18 kanye no19 kuntanzi ke kuno 15 kanye no16 ngoba ke laphayana ke u15 akekho asikwazi ke ukuthi ke siyamfaka noma ukhona laphayana.
On TPOX you will see that we have characters 8, 9, 10 and 11 on the swap, and then on Ntanzi we have 8 and 11. On that one we can read him.
Bese kuthi ke ku TPOX ama characters akhona ke laphayana u8, u9, u10 no11 kanye masibheka ke duze kwegama lakhe ke uNtanzi kuno 8 kanye no11 kusho ke ukuthi ke laphayana ke uyatholakala.
On D18S51, that DNA region, on the swap we have 17, 18 and 20, and then Ntanzi has 14 and 18, so we are not reading him because we don't have 14 on the swap.
Bese kuthi ke ku D18S51 ama characters akhona ke u17, u18 kanye no20 bese kuthi ke kuntanzi u14 kanye no18 manje ke asimhlanganisi ke laphayana ngoba ke u14 akekho laphayana phezulu.
So on D5S1 S818 you will see we have 11, 12 and 13 characters on the swap, and on Ntanzi we have 11 and 13. We are able to read him there.
Bese kuthi ku D5S818 ama characters akhona ke lapha u11, u12 kanye no13 kuntanzi ke u11 no13 kusho ukuthi ke la ama number u11 no13 bakhona ke laphayana uyamhlanganisa.
So on the last one, which is FGA, we have 23, 24 and 26, and then on the swap and on Tanzi we have 23 and 23, of which we are able to read that 23 in that mix, on that swap.
Bese kuthi ke koyogcina ke ebhalwe uFGA laphayana u23, u24 kanye no26 bese kuthi kuntanzi ke u23 no23 okusho ukuthi ke loya 23 loyana okuntanzi ke uyatholakala laphayana kuya FGA.
So we are able to read him in some of the DNA regions, but not in all the DNA regions.
Okusho ukuthi ke uyatholakala ke kuma regions athile eDNA kodwa akatholakali kuwona onke.
And the previous sample of Mapisa Mtokosizeni, out of how many regions do you rate him? Out of 16? Or in how many regions do you rate him?
I'm just going to count it for you. Only 4.
yena ke umthokoziseni yena ke kuma regions atholakala noma akhona kuwona ke kula awu16 utholakala kwawu4.
You've already indicated the first one, the gender marker, as well as the D8S1179. Which are the other two?
The other one is D3S1358.
Ngaphandle kwalawo oqala amabili ke atholakala kuwona umthokoziseni maphisa elandelayo uD3S1358.
And if you look at the one before the last, which is D5S1818, which is 13 and 13, so we're also reading there.
Ubese ubheka lena ke ephambi nje kwaleyo gcina ke D5S818 u13 otholakala kuyena no13 otholakala lapha yana ke ilezo eziwu4.
Yes, you can continue to the next sample, M. Nuve.
If you go to M. Nuve, just to finalize the Ntanzi, is that he's excluded on that particular swab because we are not reading him in all the DNA region.
Bese kuthi ke uma singaphambi ukuthi siqhubeke ngaye uNcube uma singabuyela emuva kena ke uNtanzi ukuthi ke kuleya swab leyana ke uyakhishwa ke ngoba akatholakali kuwona onke ama region.
And we will do Ntanzi as well on the head. On the head, you will see the first DNA region has 14 and 15, and Ntanzi has 12 and 14. On this first region, we can see that he's not read fully.
Bese siqhubeka ngaye ke uNtanzi manje uma sibheka sona ke isiqhoko uzobona ke ukuthi kusona isiqhoko u14 no15 kuyena uNtanzi u12 no14 lapha yana ke akatholakali ngokuphelele.
So on the second one, on the head, we have 28, 31 and 31.2, and then Ntanzi has 29 and 36. So you can see that on the head as well, Ntanzi is excluded.
Bese kuthi kusona ke isiqhoko lapha yana sona kufundeka ngalendlela ke u28, u31 no31.2 bese kuthi kuyena uNtanzi u29 kanye no36 okusho ke ukuthi lapho ke siyamkhipha.
So in that way, I can conclude here that on both the swab and the head, I can exclude Ntanzi.
Lapho ke singasho ke nje nakuzona zombili ke iswab kanye naso isiqhoko ukuthi ke uNtanzi siyamkhipha.
And then we go to M. Nuve. On M. Nuve, you could see that on the gender marker is XY. We can see on both mixtures from the head and the swab is XY. We can include him there.
Uma sibheka kuyena ke uNcube ukuthi ke eduze kwakhe ke iyachaza ukuthi umuntu wesilisa ngoba ke uXY futhi kuzo zombili ke iSwab 1 kanye ke nesiqhoko uXY ukuthi ke lapho ke siyamfaka.
And then when we go to the swab 1 on D8S1179, you will see that we have on the swab 12, 13, 14 and 15, and then Mncube has 12 and 14, so we can read Mncube on the swab.
Bese kuthi ke kuyona ke uSwab 1 ngaphansi ko D8S1179 fundeka ngalendlela ke u12, u13, u14 kanye no15 bese kuthi ke eduze kwakhe ke uNcube u12 no14 lokho kuthi ke uyafundeka noma ke uyatholakala ke lapha kuya swab ngalo ya 12 nalo ya 14.
And then as we continue on the swab, you will see that we have on the swab on D21S11 is 27, 28, 29 and 30 on the swab, and then Mncube has 28, so we are reading him there.
Bese kuthi ke ku swab 1 ngaphansi kwakhe ke uD21S11 kufundeka ke u27, u28, u29 kanye no30 bese kuthi ke eduze kwakhe uNcube kube u28 no28 okusho ukuthi ke lapha yana ke kwiswab nakuNcube ke kuyahlangana uyafundeka noma uyatholakala khona.
on D7S820, on the swap, you have 10, 11, and 12, and then Mube has 9 and 11. So you could see that on the swap we don't have 9, so we are not fully including Mube there.
Bese kuthi ke kuyona ke iswap leyana ke ino 10, 11 kanye no 12 bese kuthi kuyena uNcube ino 9 kanye no 11 okusho ukuthi ke noma ke ukuthi uyafundeka lapha kodwa ke hayi ngokuphelele.
If you say we're not fully including him, what do you mean?
No, I mean on that particular law side we don't have 9, of which on that D7S820 you see that for us to say he's included in that law side, we must have 9 on the swap, of which we don't have. We only have 11.
Lapha yana ke kuphezulu ku D7S820 u10, 11 no 12 kuNcube u9 no 11 okusho ukuthi ke lapha phezulu u9 asinaye kuNcube sinayo u9 kodwa ke sino 11 lapha kufanele ukuthi ke fanele ukuthi lo ya9 abe khona ukuze afundeke ngokuphelele.
Do you read him in or out on this law side?
On this law side, we is out.
Lana ke singathi nje acha iyamkhipha.
So we need to continue to the next one. On the next one, which is SF1PO, we have 8, 10, and 12, and then Mube has 10 and 10, so we read him in that one.
Bese kuthi ke elandelayo uCSF1PO yona ino 8, 10 no 12 Mncube yena uno 10 kanye no 10 okusho ukuthi lapha yana kuleyana ke uyatholakala uyamhlanganisa.
So if we continue, you will see that on D3S1358, on the swap we have 14, 15, and 16. We have Mube has 16 and 16, so we are including him there.
Bese kuthi ke kwelandelayo uD3S1358 ino 14, 15 kanye no 16, uNcube uno 16 no 16 okusho ukuthi khona lapha yana ukhona ke.
So we'll continue on TH01 or so. You will see that on this one TH01 we have 7 and 8, and Mube has 8 and 8, so we are reading him there.
Bese kuthi ku TH01 yona ke u7 kanye no 8 bese kuthi ke kuNcube u8 kanye no 8 okusho ukuthi ke lapha yana ke uyatholakala.
So on D13S317 you will see that we have on the swap 12 and 12, and Mube has 12 and 13. So even here we are only reading him with 12, but we don't have 13. So this is the second time where we are not reading him fully.
Bese kuthi ke kwelandelayo ke kuno 12 kanye no 12 kwiswap uNcube yena ke u12 kanye no 13 ukuthi ukuthi ke asimtholi ke noma simfundi ke ngokuphelele lapha yana ukuthi ke is not included.
Yeah, it's the second time where he's not included.
Manje ke ihlandla lesibili la angatholakala khona ngokuphelele.
And then if you go to the next DNA region, we have D16S539. On the swap we have 9, 11, 12, and 14, and then on Mube we have 9 and 10. So we also not read him fully because on the swap we don't have a 10.
Bese kuthi kwelandelayo ke D16S539 u9, 11, 12 kanye no 14 kuNcube u9 no 10 okusho ukuthi ke asimfundi ngokuphelele nalapha noma asimtholi ngokuphelele nalapha ngoba u10 akekho lapha phezulu.
So on the swap, on the next one is D2S1338. We have 19 and 24 on the swap, and Mube has 21 and 25. And on this law side, we completely not reading him.
Bese kuthi kwelandelayo ke uD2S1338 yona ke u19 kanye no 24 kuNcube u21 no 25 okusho ukuthi nje akatholakala akekho nje.
So my lord, there is no point of us continuing with the others because we could see that we already have 3 places where we are not reading him, and if we don't read him in all the DNA regions, he will then be excluded.
Ngalokho-ke asekho-ke isidingo sokuthi sesingaqhubeka-ke ngoba sesibonile ukuthi kuyindawo eziwu-3 noma kuma-region awu-3 akatholakali. Kufanele ukuthi-ke umuntu uma atholakale kuwona onke ama-region. Sesitholile ukuthi kwamathathu akekho.
Yes, we can continue with the rest of the loci.
Okay. My Lord, we will continue with the rest of the loci. You will see that on D19S433, we have 7, 11, 13, 14, and 15.2, and Mube has 12.2 and 12.2, of which we are not reading him on that particular region.
Bese kuthi kwelandelayo-ke D19 S433 yona ino 7, 11, 13, 14 no 15.2. Bese kuthi uNcube yena-ke u12.2 no 12.2 okushoyo-ke ukuthi akekho 12.2 laphayana ayimhlanganisi.
And then when we look at VWA, we have 16, 18, and 19, and then on the swab, and then on the reference sample Mube, we have 16 and 17. So we are not reading him fully there because we don't have 17 on the swab.
Bese kuthi-ke laphaya phezulu VWA u16, 18 kanye no19. Bese kuthi kuNcube u16 no17 nalapho-ke akatholakali ngokugcwele noma ngokuphelele ngoba-ke u17 asinaye laphaya phezulu.
We will continue with TPOX. You will see on the swab we have 8, 9, 10, and 11. In this one, Mube, reference sample Mube has 8 and 11, of which we are able to read him in that one.
Bese kuthi kule ebhalwe TPOX-ke kuno 8, u9, u10 kanye no11. uNcube-ke yena u8 no11 okusho ukuthi-ke u8 ukhona lapha phezulu no11 uyatholakala-ke.
So we are going to D18S51. You will see we have the characters 11, 18, and 20 on the swab, and on the reference sample Mube, we have 10 and 14, of which you could see that in that region is basically excluded because it's not read in any of those characters.
Bese kuthi kwelandelayo-ke D18S51 amanamba khona-ke u17, u18 kanye no20. Bese kuthi-ke uNcube u10 kanye no14 leyana-ke ayimhlanganisi ngoba lamanamba alakuyena awatholakali lapha phezulu kwiswab.
And then on D5 S818 we have on the swab 11, 12, and 13. And then on the reference sample Mube, we have 10 and 13. So we don't include him fully here. You'll see we don't have 10 that Mube has, and on the swab we don't have 10.
Bese kuthi-ke ku-D5S 818 amanamba khona-ke 11, 12 no 13. uNcube-ke u10 no 13. Okusho ukuthi-ke laphayana-ke akatholakali ngoba u10 lona-ke okuNcube akatholakali noma akekho laphaya kwiswab.
So on the last one, which is FGA, we have 23, 24, and 26 on the swab. So those are the characters, but on the reference sample, the characters of M. Mube is 21.2 and 23. So even on this one, we don't read him fully because we don't have 21.2 on the swab.
Bese kuthi kule eyogcina-ke wena-ke ama-characters atholakalayo-ke eswab u23, u24 no26. Bese kuthi-ke kuNcube u21.2 kanye no23 nalapho-ke akatholakali ngokuphelele ngoba lapha phezulu kwiswab asinayo u21.2.
So altogether, in how many regions of the 16 regions do you read him in?
So we are reading him in 7 regions.
Ama-regions ke atholakala-ke kuwona-ke awu-7 Ncube.
Is it not 8 regions? Just check carefully. If you include the gender marker,
Okay, if I can read them, we're reading him on the gender marker, which is Amilo Jenin. This is the first one.
Kule yokuqala-ke la echaza khona ukuthi umuntu wesilisa noma umuntu wesifazane lapho-ke siyamthola khona niyamhlanganisa.
On the second one is D8S1179. We are reading him there.
Bese kuthi nakwelandelayo-ke u-D8S1179 nalapho uyatholakala.
On the third one is D21S11. We are reading him here there, which is the third one.
Bese kuthi-ke nakwelandelayo u-D21S11 yesithathu leyo.
So we jump the next one because we are not reading him there. We jump to SF1PO. We are reading him there by 1010.
Bese kuthi-ke sidlulela-ke ku-CSF1PO lapho uyatholakala ngo-1010.
So that is the fourth one.
Yesine-ke leyo.
The fifth one is D3S1358. We are reading him there. That is the fifth one on D3S1358.
Bese kuthi eyesihlanu-ke la i-region la atholakala kuyona-ke u-D3S1358 yesihlanu leyo.
And then the sixth one is TH01, where we are reading him with at that region, which is the sixth one.
Bese kuthi eyesithupha-ke la atholakala kuyona-ke ile eno-TH01.
So we're gonna jump D13S137 because we are not reading him fully there. We're gonna jump D16S539 because we are not reading him fully there. We're gonna jump D2S1338 because we are not reading him there. We're gonna jump D119S.
Lezi-ke engibalayo ilezi-ke angatholakali-ke kuzona lezi engindlulayo.
So we also jump VWA. VWA, if you look at it, also we are not reading him there. And then the one that we are reading him is T-Pox, which is the seventh one.
Bese kuthi-ke eyesikhombisa-ke atholakala kuyona-ke le ebhalwe u-T-Pox.
And then when we go to the next one, after T-Pox is D8S51. We are not reading him there. And then on D5S818, we are not reading him there. On FGA, we are not reading him there. So on my count is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Mangibala-ke mina-ke la ezimhlanganisayo noma-ke i-DNA yakhe-ke emhlanganisayo-ke ziwu-7.
thank you. You can proceed to the head.
Yeah, we will do the head on Mube as well. So on the head, as we start the same way as we do with the gender marker, we can see it's a male, so we can read him there. And then we go to the next one. On the head, we have 14 and 15. On D8S1179, that is the first DNA regions. So we have 14 and 15 on the head. Mube has 12 and 14. So already there, we are not reading him.
Mase siqala ke la echaza khona ke ukuthi umuntu wesilisa umuntu wesifazane lapho ke uzobona ke nakusona isigqoko XY nakuyena XY okusho ukuthi uyachaza ukuthi umuntu wesilisa bese ke kulandelayo ke kusona ke isigqoko ngenzansi kwakhe ke uD8S1179 u1415 kusona isigqoko bese kuthi ke kuncube u1214 lapho ke nje seyakhipha ke.
And then the next one is D21S11. You will see that on the head we have 28, 31, and 31.2, and Mube has 28 and 28. Say there we are including him.
Bese kuthi ke eduze kusona ke isigqoko kufundeka ke u28, 31 no 31.2. Kuyena uncube kufundeka u28 kanye no28 lapho ke yebo iyamhlanganisa.
And then if we go to D7S820, on the head we have 8, 10, and 11. And then on Mube has 9 and 11. We are not reading him there.
Bese kuthi kusona ke isigqoko 47.
Yes.
La ngaphansi kwakhe uD7S820 sino 8, 10 no 14. Kusona isigqoko sibe no 9 kanye no 11 lapho ke siyamkhipha.
And then we continue on we continue with CSF1PO. We have 8, 10, and 12. We have on the head we have 8, 10, 12, and 13, and then Mube has 10 and 10. So we are reading him there.
Bese kuthi ke ku CSF1PO kusona ke isigqoko laphayana. Yeah. Sino 8, 10, 12 kanye no 13 kumncube u10 10 lapho ke yamhlanganisa.
So we'll continue to the next one, which is D3S1358. On the head we have 14, 15, 16, and 17 as characters, and Mube has 16 and 16. So we are reading him there.
Bese kuthi ke ku D3S1358 sino 14, 15, 16 no 17 umncube u16 16 lapho ke okusho ukuthi ke iyatholakala.
On TH01, that is the region. On the head we have 6, 7, and 8 on the head, and then on the characters on Mube we have 8 and 8. We are reading him there.
Bese kuthi ke ku TH01 u6 7 kanye no 8 kumncube u8 8 okusho ukuthi ke lapho ke uyatholakala yamhlanganisa.
So on D13S13 S317 we have on the head 11 and 11, and Mube has 12 and 13. So we are not reading him there.
Bese kuthi ke ku D13S317 kusigqoko 11 no 11 kumncube u12 13 okusho ukuthi ke iyamkhipha lapha ya.
We continue on D16S539. On the head we have 10 and 11, and then Mube has 9 and 10. So we are not reading him there as well.
Bese kuthi ke la elandelayo D16S539 u10 no 11 kusigqoko bese kuthi ke kumncube u9 no 10 nalapho ke siyamkhipha.
The next one is D2S1338. We have 16, 20, and 21 on the head, and then Mube has 21 and 25. So we are not reading him there.
Bese kuthi ke kwelandelayo ke sino 16 u20 kanye no 21 kusigqoko umncube u21 no 25 nalapho iyamkhipha.
So we continue on D19SF433. On the head we have 11, 13, and 14, and then Mube has 12.2 and 12.2. So we are not reading him there as well.
Olandelayo ke sino 11, 13 no 14 Ncube yena ke 12.2 no 12.2 nalapho ke iyamkhipha.
On VWA, we have 16, 17, and 19 on the head, and then on the reference sample, Ncube, we have 16 and 17. There we can read him.
Bese kuthi ke ukulandelayo ke isiqoko u16, 17 kanye no19 bese ke kuNcube u16 no17 okusho ukuthi ke lapho ke uyatholakala.
On T-pox, you will see on the head we have 6, 8, 9, and 11. And then on Ncube we have 8 and 11. We are able to read him.
Bese kuthi ke ku-T-pox kwisiqoko fundeka u6, 8, 9 no11 kuNcube u8 no11 lapho ke uyatholakala.
So we continue on D18S 51. We have 17 and 18 on the head, and then on Ncube we have 10 and 14, of which we are not reading him there.
Bese sithola ke kwelandelayo u17 kanye no18 kwisiqoko kuNcube u10 no14 lapho ke umhlanganisi.
The one before last is D5S 818. We have 11, 12, and 13. We have 11, 12, and 13. So on Ncube we have 10 and 13 of reading him there.
Kwelandelayo ke sino 11, 12 no13 kuNcube u10 kanye no13 okusho ke ukuthi cha ayimhlanganisi.
On the last one, which is FGA, on the head we have 22 and 23 as characters, and on Ncube we have 21.2 and 23, of which we are not reading him there.
Bese kuthi kweyogcina ke kusona isiqoko sifunda u22 kanye no23 kuyena uNcube u21.2 no23 nayo ke ayimhlanganisi.
So what is the total number of loci where you can rate him in out of the total of 16?
We are reading him in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Utholakala ke kuma regions awu7 kula awu16 akhona.
So in that instance, because we are not reading him fully, he will then be excluded on both the head and the swab.
Laphayana ke ngoba ke engatholakali ke ngokupheleleke kuzo zombili ke iswab kanye naso ke isiqoko uzokhishwa.
So we'll continue to the next reference sample, which is the one for Ntuli Fizokuke.
Sizodlulela ke kwelandelayo ke isample ekuyileyo yakhe uNtuli Fisokuhle,
which is on the next page, which is page 3 of 5. So we'll start with the swab again.
Izoqala futhi ngayo ke iswab.
You will see the gender of Fizokuhle, it's a male, and on the swab we also have an indication of a male.
Uzobona ke ukuthi ke uma imchaza ke laphayana uFisokuhle ukuthi ke umuntu wesilisa nakuyona ke iswab no XY.
The first DNA region we have D8S1179. We have on the swab we have 12, 13, and 14 and 15, and on Fizokuhle we have 13 and 13. We can read him there.
Uyoqala ke uD8S1179 ino 12, 13, 14 no 15. Uma usubheka kuyena ke uFisokuhle u13 no 13 okusho ukuthi ke iyatholakala khona lapho.
And then the next one is D21S11. We have 27, 28, 29, and 30 on the swab, and then on Fizokuhle we have 28 and 30, so we are able to read him there.
Bese kuthi kwelandelayo ke uD21SS lapho kufundeke u27, u28, u29 kanye no30 bese kuthi uma ubheka kuyena ke uFisokuhle u28 no30 kusho ukuthi ke u28 kanye no30 bakhona ke uyatholakala ke khona lapho.
So we continue on D7S820. you will see on the head we have 10, 11, and 12. And then on Fizokutle we have 8 and 11. So we are excluding him there.
Bese kuthi ke ku swap 1 ke uzobona ke ukuthi lapha kuno 10, 11 kanye no 12 kuyena office okuhle u8 kanye no 11 lapho ke ayimhlanganisi.
So we continue on D3S1 358. We have 14, 15, and 16 on the head. So when we and then on Fizokutle we have 14 and 15. So we are including him there.
Bese kuthi lapha yana ke kuyona ke u swap 1 loyana ke sino 14, u15 kanye no 16 kuyena office okuhle sino 14 kanye no 15 lapho ke siyamhlanganisa.
Is it correct that the previous loci CSF1PO there were no results there?
Yes, there were no result in that one.
Kulena ke esidlulileke eku CSF1PO ayikho ke imiphumela eyatholakala lapho.
And then even on the next one, TH01 on Fizokutle, we didn't have a result there.
Naku TH01 kuyena office okuhle nalapho imiphumela asibanga nayo.
And then we continue on D13S317. We have 12 and 12 on the swap, and Fizokutle has 12 and 14, so we are not reading him there as well.
Bese kuthi ke kwelandelayo sino 12 kanye no 12 ku swap ku office okuhle sino 12 no 14 nalapho ke asimhlanganisi noma ke akatholakali.
The next DNA region, which is D16S539, we didn't have the DNA there.
Nakwelandelayo asibanga nayo iDNA khona
On
lapho
Fizokutle,
kuyena office okuhle.
as well as the next DNA region D2S1138 and D19S433 on Fizokutle, we didn't have DNA there.
Nakweyimbili ke ezilandelayo emuva kwaleyo ke kufisa okuhle lapho iDNA asibanga nayo.
So we go to the next one where we got DNA is VWA. On the swap we have 16, 18, and 19. On Fizokutle we have 16 and 17, so we are excluding him there as well.
Bese kuthi ke kwelandelayo uVWA kuyona ke iswap sino 16, 18 kanye no 19 bese kuthi kufisa okuhle sino 16 no 17 nalapho ke okusho ukuthi ke ayimhlanganisi.
So on TPOX we didn't get DNA on Fizokutle.
Bese kuthi kuyona ke iTpox iDNA ayitholakala noma ayibanga khona ke kuyena ufisa okuhle.
On D18S51, you will see that we have 17, 18, and 20, and Fizokutle has 15 and 20, so we are excluding him there.
Bese kuthi ke kwelandelayo ke sino 17, 18 kanye no 20 bese kuthi ke yena ufisa okuhle sino 15 no 20 nalapho ke siyamkhipha.
So on D5S818, we have 11, 12, and 13, and then on Fizokutle we have 11 and 12. We are including him there.
Kwelandelayo ke sino 11, 12 no 13 kuyena ufisa okuhle 11 no 12 okusho ke ukuthi ke iyamfaka noma uyatholakala kuyona.
On FGA we have 23, 24, and 26 on the swap, and on Fizokutle we have 20 and 21, and then we are not reading him there.
Bese kuthi ke ku FGA sino 23, 24 no 26 kuyena ufisa okuhle 20 no 21 nalapho ke iyamkhipha.
So in total, in how many loci did you read them, and in how many loci could you not find DNA?
On the loci that I didn't find DNA, there are 6.
Kulezo ke kuyena office okuhle engatholakala DNA kuzona ziwu6.
On the 10, I got DNA on the 10 loci,
Ngase ngithola ke iDNA kweziwu10
and then I only read it from the 10. I read him on the 5.
bese kuthi kulezi ke eziwu10 iDNA etholakele kuzona ziwu5 ezimhlanganisayo.
So in that case, my Lord, like I said, for us to read an individual, we must read him in all the DNA regions.
Nanjengoba bese ngishilo ke ukuthi ke umuntu ke ukuze abe uyatholakala ke kufanele ukuthi abe khona ke kuwona onke ama region.
So in that instance, Fizokute will be excluded on the swab.
Lokho kuzosho ukuthi ke kuyona ke iswap ufiso kuhle uzokhishwa.
And then we'll go to the head. On the head, the amylogenin or the gender marker is XY, and in Fizokute as well is an XY, which is a male, so we are including him there.
Bese kuthi uma sesiza kusona ke isigqoko sibheke kusona isigqoko XY nakuyena ufiso kuhle XY kusho ukuthi umuntu wesilisa lapho ke siyamhlanganisa.
The next DNA region is D8S1179. You will see that we have on the head we have 14 and 15. However, Fizokute has 13 and 13. So already we are excluding him there.
Bese kuthi ke elandelayo ke iregion sona isigqoko u14 no15 yena ke ufiso kuhle u13 no13 iyamkhipha ke lapho.
And then on the next DNA regions is D21S11. You will see on the head we have 28, 31, and 31.2. So Fizokute has 28 and 30. So we are reading him there.
Bese kuthi ke kuyisigqoko ke kulandelayo 28 to 31 to 31.2 bese kuthi kuyena ke ufiso kuhle u28 and 30. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, on Fizokute we have 28 and 30, and then on the swab we don't have a 30, of which it means we are not reading him there as well.
Futhi ke kusona ke isigqoko u28 u30 u31.2 kufiso kuhle u28 no30 okusho ukuthi u30 lo otholakala kufiso kuhle akekho lana ke kusigqoko okusho ukuthi ke siyamkhipha khona lapho.
So we continue on D7S820. You will see that on the head we have 8, 10, and 14, and then on Fizokute we have 8 and 11. We are already excluding him there.
Ku D7S820 sino 8 u10 kanye no14 bese kuthi ke kuyena ke ufiso kuhle sibe no8 kanye no11 lapho ke sesiyamkhipha.
And then the next one, we didn't get the DNA, which is SF1PO. And then we'll go to the next DNA regions, which is D3S1358. You will see on the head we have 14, 15, 16, and 17. And then Fizokute has 14 and 15, so we are able to read him there.
Bese ke kuthi ke ku CSF1PO lapho ke DNA ayitholakalanga kulandelayo ke D3S1358 no 14 15 16 kanye no 17 kuyena ufiso kuhle u14 no 15 okusho ukuthi ke iyamhlanganisa.
So the next DNA regions, which is TH01, we are not ready, we don't have the DNA, we'll pass it.
Sizoyindlula ke elandelayo TH01 asinayo ke DNA kuyena ufiso kuhle.
So the next one is D13S317. We have on the head 11 and 11, and Fizokute has 12 and 14. We are excluding him there.
Kulandelayo kusigqoko 11 no 11 fiso kuhle u12 no 14 ayimhlanganisike.
So we're going to pass the 3, which is D16S539, D2S1338, and D19S433, because we didn't have DNA there on Fizokute.
Lezi intathu ke engisengibizile ke sizoyindlula ke ngoba ke asibanga nayo DNA lapho kuyena ufiso kuhle.
So we have VWA. On the head we have 16, 17, and 19. And then on Fizokute we have 16 and 17. so we are reading him there.
Bese kuthi ke kusona ke isiqoko ku VWH no 16, 17 kanye no 19, kuyena ofisa okuhle no 16 no 17 okusho ke ukuthi ke uyatholakala lapho.
(15 and 20) on Fizokuhle, so we are not reading him there.
Kulandelayo ke kusona ke isiqoko sino 17 kanye no 18 bese kuthi kuyena ofisa okuhle u15 no 20 lapho ke akahla akatholakali.
So we'll do D5 S18 S818. You will see on the head we have 11, 12 and 13, and then on Fizokuhle we have 11 and 12, so we are able to read it.
Bese kuthi kwelandelayo ke kusona isiqoko kufundeka u11 u12 no 13 kuyena ofisa okuhle kufundeka u11 no 12 okusho ke ukuthi ke iyahlanganisa.
And then on the last one is FGA. We have on the head 22 and 23. However, Fizokuhle has 20 and 21, so we are not reading him there.
Uyogcina ke uFGA no 22 no 23 kuyena ofisa okuhle u20 no 21 ekusho ukuthi leyo ke ayimhlanganisi.
So what that tells us is that Fizokuhle is excluded on both the head and the swab.
Lokho ke kusitshela ke ukuthi kuzona zombili ke iswap kanye naso ke isiqoko ufisa okuhle siyakhipha.
In how many loci did you read him in on the head, and in how many did you not obtain DNA?
The ones that I didn't obtain DNA, there are 6, and then the ones that I obtained DNA, there were 10.
Kwezi u6 ke iDNA kuyena ufisa ukuthi ayitholakalanga la iDNA itholakala khona ke ziu10.
So on the 10, on the head, we only read him 3 times.
Kulezi eziu10 ke la iDNA itholakala khona kusona isiqoko kukathathu ke la atholakala noma emhlanganisayo ke khona.
So I'm continuing with the last one. If you look at the top part before the last one is written Tembisa South with the case number 217 of 3/2019, which means that particular reference sample was brought in that case. So it was they said to us that we need to use the reference sample of that particular individual in that case to be compared with the DNA results that are obtained in Fosloras case 636 of 10/2014.
Sizodlulela ke ogcina ke manje ke isample kodwa uzobona ke lapha ngaphezulu kuyona kubhaliwe Tembisa South case 21703 2019 abasitshela kona ke ukuthi kuzofanele ke sisebenzise ke lawo masample lawo ke abuya ke kuleyo case leyo ke yaseThembisa ebhaliwe lapha yana siqhathanise ke nawo ke nayo ke imiphumela yale Phosphorus case 63610 of 2014.
So in the reference sample from that Tembisa South case, it was from Sibiya MS with that container number and the bag number as I mentioned.
Lapho ke kuleyo ke yaseThembisa ke bekuyona ke ekaSibiya MS nayo ke inamba leyo ye container kanye nenamba leyo ke yesikhwama sezobufakazi.
So we'll do the same for the reference sample of Sibiya just to check whether we are able to read him or not on both the swab and the head.
Sizokwenza lokho kube sesikwenzile ke nababanye ke kuyena ke usibiya ubheka ke ukuthi uyatholakala yini noma uyakwazi yini ukuthi axhunyaniswe ke nayo ke iswap noma ke isiqoko.
So if you look at Sibiya on the head on the swab initial first, you'll see that on the swab the gender is a male. Sibiya is also is a male. So on the first one we are able to say we will read him.
Uzobona ke ukuthi kuyona ke iswap XY na kuyena ke usibiya uXY okushoyo ke ukuthi ke umuntu wesilisa kuleyo ke izohlanganisa ke.
And then on the swab the first D8S1179. On the swap we have 12, 13, 14 and 15, and then Sibia has 13 and 14, so we are able to read in there.
Bese kuthi ke kuyona iswap eyoqala ke column 12 13 14 no 15 kusibiya ke u13 no 14 lapho ke okushoyo ukuthi ke iyahlanganisa.
And then as we continue with D21S11, you will see on the swap we have 27, 28, 29 and 30, and Sibia has 29 and 31, so we are excluding him there.
Kwelandelayo ke kuyona iswap 27, 28, 29 no 30 bese ke kusibiya kufundeka u29 no 31 okushoyo ukuthi lapho ke sesiyamkhipha ke.
And then on D7S820, on the swap we have 10, 11 and 12, and then on Sibia we have 11, 11, so we are reading him there.
Bese kuthi kwelandelayo ke sino 10, 11 no 12 kusibiya 11 no 11 lapho ke iyamfaka ke.
And then on the next one, which is CS1PO, we have 8, 10 and 12, and then on Sibia we have 11 and 12, so we are excluding him there.
Kwelandelayo ke sino 8, 10 no 12 kusibiya kufundeka 11 no 12 lapho isiyamkhipha ke.
We go to the next one, which is the 8S1358. On the swap we have 14, 15 and 16. However, on Sibia we have 14 and 17, so we are excluding him there.
We swap sino 14 or 15 kanye no 16 kusibiya u14 kanye no 17 nalapho siyamkhipha.
So we'll go to TH01. You will see on the swap we have 7 and 8. On Sibia we have 7 and 9. So we are excluding him there.
With THO sino 7, 8 kuswap kusibiya sino 7, 9 lapho siyamkhipha.
On the next one is D13S317. We have 12 and 12 on the swap. Sibia has 10 and 11. We are excluding him there.
Kwelandelayo ke u12, 12 kuswap kusibiya u10 no 11 nalapho ke isiyamkhipha.
And then we go to D16S539. You will see on the swap we have 9, 11, 12 and 14. And then Sibia has 10 and 12, so we are excluding him there.
Bese kuthi ke kwiswap sino 9, 11, 12 no 14 kusibiya u10 no 12 lapho ke iyamkhipha.
So on the next one, which is D2S1338, we have 19 and 24 on the swap, and Sibia has 21 and 21. We are also excluding him there.
Bese kuthi ke kwelandelayo ke iswap ino 19 no 24 kusibiya 21, 21 nalapho iyamkhipha.
So we continue with D19S433. You will see on the swap you have 7, 11, 13, 14 and 15.2, and Sibia has 12 and 15, which means he's not included in that one.
Kwelandelayo ke kwiswap u7, 11, 13, 14 no 15.2 bese kuthi ke kusibiya u12 no 15 okusho ukuthi ke nakulena ke akatholakala.
So we continue to VWA. We have 16, 18 and 19, and then on the reference sample we have 15 and 17, so we are also excluding him there.
Kwelandelayo ke uVWA kwiswap kuno 16, 18 no 19 kena ke usibiya u15 no 17 nalapho ke ayimfaki.
So we continue with TPOX. We have 8, 9, 10 and 11 as characters on the swap, and then we have 9 and 11 as characters of Sibia. We are including him there.
Bese kuthi ke ku TPOX kuno 8, 9, 10 no 11 otholakalayo laphayana ke kwiswap kusibiya kutholakala u9 no11 okusho ukuthi ke u9 okhona kusibiya ukhona ku T-box, u11 okhona kusibiya ukhona ku T-box, lapho ke iyamhlanganisa.
We go to the to D18 S51. We have 17, 18, and 20 on the swap. On Sibia we have 19 and 19, so we are excluding him there.
Kwelandelayo ke u17, 18 no20 kusibiya kufundeka u19 no19 okusho ukuthi ke leyo ke akatholakali kuyona.
And then we continue on D5 S818. You will see that on the swap we have 11, 12, and 13, and then on Sibia we have 12 and 12, which we can include in there.
Bese kuthi kwelandelayo ke sino 11, 12 no13 kusibiya kufundeka u12 no12 okusho ukuthi ke leya 12 ke uyamhlanganisa lapha ya.
On FGA, which is the last one, we have 24, 20, 23, 24, and 26 on the swap. And however, on Sibia we have 22 and 25, of which we are not including him there.
Kuyogcina ke FGA no 23, 24 no 26 bese kuthi ke kusibiya no 22 no 25 okusho ukuthi ke lapho ke ayimfaki.
So in how many loci do you rate him in?
I'm rating him in 5 of the 16.
Utholakala ke kweziwu5 kulezi eziwu16.
Yes.
So I will continue and do the head with the reference sample of Sibia as well. On the head, also Sibia has XY, and on the head we can see we have XY. We are able to read him there.
So na ke isigqoko siyabona ukuthi sino XY nakuyena ke usibiya uXY lapho ke singatsho ke ukuthi ke iyamhlanganisa.
And then we go to the next DNA region, D8S1179. On the head we have 14 and 15. On Sibia we have 13 and 14. We are not reading him there.
Bese kuthi kwelandelayo ke kusona isigqoko sino 14 no 15 usibiya u13 kanye no 14 okusho ukuthi asimfaki lapho.
On D21S11, on the head we have 28, 31, and 31.2. On Sibia we have 21, 29, and 31, of which we are not reading him there.
Bese kuthi kwelandelayo ke sino 28 kusona isigqoko 28, 31 no 31.2 kuyena usibiya u29 no 31 nalapho ke ayimfaki.
So we go to the next DNA region, which is D7S820. You will see on the head we have 8, 10, and 14. On Sibia we have 11 and 11, of which we are excluding him there.
Bese kuthi ke kwelandelayo ke sona isigqoko sino 8, 10 no 14 kuyena usibiya u11 no 11 okusho ukuthi ke ayimfaki.
On the head, on CSF1PO, that is the region of the DNA, on the head we have 8, 10, 12, and 13. Sibia has 11 and 12, so we are not reading him there.
Bese kuthi ku CSF1PO sino ekwisigqoko sino 8, 10, 12 and 13 kusibiya sino 11 no 12 okusho ukuthi ke ayimfaki.
Captain, if you can go back to D7S820.
D7S20, yes. On the head we have
8, 10, and 11.
8, 10, and 11. My apologies, just that I was writing with my pen.
And it's got 11 and 11.
Yes, so we'll definitely read him there.
Masibuyela nje umuva ke kancane lana ku D7S820 uCaptain umefunda uthe u8, 10 and 14 kodwa uthi ke ebebhala ke lapha yana buka kungathi u14 kodwa ke u8, 10, 11 bese kuthi nakuyena ke ubheka lana ke kusibiya u11 no 11 okusho ukuthi ke iphutha ke lenzile lapho ke iyamfaka akusiyena u14 kodwa u11.
Then we will continue to...
Bravery isn't selfless. It's the confidence to open and connect, touch it and smell it. Only the brave.
Then we will continue to D3 S 1358. On the head we have 14, 15, 16, and 17. On Sibia we have 14 and 17. We are able to read it.
Layo-ke isigqoko sino 14, 15, 16 and 17. Kuyena uSibiya sino 14 no 17 akushoyo ukuthi ke lapho iyamfaka.
On TH01, that is the region of the DNA on the head, we have 6, 7, and 8. And then on the reference sample, we have 7 and 9, of which we are not reading him.
Lapha kusona isigqoko sino 6, u7 no 8, kuyena uSibiya u7 no 9 akushoyo ukuthi ke lapho ayimfaki.
On D13, on the head, we have on D13S 317, on the head we have 11 and 11, and then Sibia has 10 and 11, so we are not reading him there.
Bese kuthi ke kusona ke isigqoko kutholakala u11 11 kuyena uSibiya kufundeka u10 11 okusho ukuthi ke lapho ayimfaki.
So we continue on D16S 539. You will see on the head we have 10 and 11. Sibia has 10 and 12. So we are not reading him there.
Landelayo ke kwisigqoko sino 10 no 11 uSibiya kufundeka u10 no 12 nalapho ke ayimfaki.
The next one, D2S1338. On the head we have 16, 20 and 21. And then Sibia has 21 and 21. We are able to read him.
Elandelayo ke kwisigqoko u16 20 no 21 bese kuthi ke kuSibiya u21 21 okushoyo ukuthi ke lapho iyamfaka.
So the next one is D19S433. We have 11, 13 and 14 on the head, and on Sibia we have 12 and 15, of which we are excluding him there.
Landelayo ke kwisigqoko 11 13 no 14 kuSibiya u12 15 okushoyo ukuthi nayo ke ayimfaki.
And then we continue to VWA. On the head we have 16, 17 and 19, and then Sibia has 15 and 17. So in that case we are not reading him.
Bese kuthi ke ku VWA u16 17 19 ofundekayo kwisigqoko uSibiya u16 17 and 19 kwisigqoko kuSibiya u15 and 17 eshoyo ukuthi ke ayimfaki.
So we continue on T-Pox. On T-Pox you will see on the head we have 6, 8, 9 and 11 on the head, and then on Sibia we have 9 and 11, so we are able to read him there.
Bese kuthi ke ku T-Pox kusona isigqoko sino 6 8 9 no 11 uSibiya sino 9 no 11 okusho ukuthi lapho ke iyamfaka.
And then we will do D18S51. You will see on the head we have 17 and 18, and Sibia has 19 and 19, so we are not reading him there.
Kulandelayo ke u17 18 kusona isigqoko kuSibiya u19 19 ayimfaki.
So we go to D5, S818. On the head we have 11, 12 and 13, and then Sibia has 12 and 12, we are reading him there.
Bese kuthi kwelandelayo ke kwisigqoko kufundeka u11 u12 no 13 kuyena uSibiya u12 12 iyamfaka.
So the last one is FGA. On the head we have 22 and 23, and then Sibia has 22 and 25, of which we are not reading him.
Kweyogcina ke FGA kusona isigqoko u22 23 uSibiya u22 25 ayimhlanganisi.
So in how many loci did you read him?
It's about 1, 2, 3, 4, about 6.
Lezi u6 ke ezimfakayo noma ke ezimhlanganisayo noma ama-region ke amhlanganisayo.
So in that case, my lord, it means Sibia is excluded on both the swab and the head as well.
Lokho okusho ukuthi ke usibiya kuyona iswap nakusona ke isiqhoko naye ke uyakhishwa.
It's page 4.
So I will go to page 4. Basically, page 4 talks to the findings in terms of writing. Here I wrote them down, but it was, as I was talking to you here, excluding, but now I will read it down. So on paragraph 4.1, it says, I say that the donors of the following reference samples were excluded as the donors of the DNA on the swab 1 with that container number 14DCAH8988 with that bag number PA4002150-107 and the head B, which is the DNA presumable high friction area, and the bag number is PA30007888535 of phosphorus case 636 of 10/2014.
Lana ke imiphumela ke le engiqeda ukuyichazana ukuthi ke manje sengiyibhale nje phansi ke ukuthi ngichaza ukuthi ke abanikazi ke balama sample ke bakhishiwe ke ukuthi kungaba yibona ke abanikazi be DNA ku swab 1 14 naleya container number 14 DCAH8988 ene number ke yesikhwama PA4002 150-107 kanye ke nesiqhoko ama head B ngokuthi ke kunemixture ke noma ke unemixture ekhona ke lapho PA30007888535 phosphorus case 6361014.
So those reference samples that are excluded is start with 4.1.1, which is MZ Makisa with that bag number, with that container number 19DBAF0198 with the bag number PA4004638-062, as well as Mapisa Mtokozeni with the bag number 13DBAD5906. That is the container number, and the bag number is PA50021-76171. And then the next one is Mtanzi, BS Mtanzi, which is 19DBAN1076, and then the bag number is PA4004718-737. The third is Mure, M Mure, which is the container is 20 DBAS 6469, and then the bag number is PA400493624 and then the fourth one is Ntuli Fizogukhe. The container number is 13DBAD 7184, and the bag number is PA50021777590, and the last one is via MS with the container number 17DBBG 2598, and the bag number is PA400382747.
Laba ke kuthiwa ke abanikazi balama sample futhi ke bayakhishwa noma abahlanganiswa ke nayo ke iDNA. Yilaba abalandelayo: MZ Mapisa i-container number yama-sample akhe 19DBAF0198, kanye ke i-bag number yona PA40046386062, kanye noMaphisa Mthokoziseni, container number 13DBAD5906, i-bag number PA5002176171, kanye-ke 4.1.2 BS Ntanzi, container number 19DBAN1076, bag number PA4004718737, 4.1.3 M Mncube, container number 20DBAS6469, bag number PA4004936249, 4.1.4 Untuli Fisokuhle, container number 13DBAD7184, bag number PA5002177590, kanye no 4.1.5 Usibiya MS, container number 17DBBG2598, ne bag number LPA 4003827407.
So, my lord, those particular, the donors of those reference samples were excluded as the donors of the DNA that was found on the swab and also on the head.
Manje ke laba ke abaqeda ukufundwa ke bakhishiwe ke bona ke ukuthi ke bona ke abandlulisela noma ke abashiya ke iDNA kuyona uswab 1 noma kanye futhi naso isigqoko.
My lord, the case file and its contents were in my safekeeping for the duration of investigation from the date of receipt until completion, and I then signed the statement and then it was commissioned.
Ngifuna ke nochazela ke inkantolo ukuthi ke ifile lena ke yecase kanye nabo konke okungaphakathi kuyona ke yayigcinwe yimina ke safe ngaso sonke ke isikhathi sophenyo kusukela ngelanga ke engayithola ngazo kwaze kwayilanga la engiqeda khona ke ukwenza uphenyo ngasayinda ke babe bese commissioner futhi.
And the date?
The date is 22, that is the year of April 28.
Pabo i-20 i-date ke ngeyi-28 is April 2022.
Sorry, just repeat the date.
That is the 28th of April 2022.
And you adhere to your report and confirm the correctness thereof?
Yes, my lord.
Ngifumela ukuthi ke okulokubikwa ke kuyiqiniso.
Now, if I can draw your attention to page 4, paragraph 4.1. You've explained that in order that there must be a match, there has to be a match on all 16 regions of the DNA. Is that
Yes.
correct? In other words, there must be a full profile.
Ngikushilo ke ukuthi ke ukuze ke ukuthi uyatholakala noma ke umuntu ahlanganiswe ke kufanele ukuthi uwona onke lama regions lona atholakale wona ukuthi atholakale kwathize kwamanye angatholakala.
And the result, or the conclusion that you arrived at was based on the fact that the donors of the reference sample were not included on some of the loci of the DNA, is that correct?
Yes, my lord. What it must be understood, my lord, is even if we didn't get on a reference sample, we didn't get at certain region, we didn't get DNA. The fact that where we got the DNA, you are excluded. Even if we were to take your reference sample again and type it, you will still be excluded on the ones that you are already excluded.
Engifisa nje ukugcizelela nokusho ke ukuthi ma kubhekwa ke kuyona ke isample yakho bese kuthi ke lapho na ke iDNA ibithathwa khona ke ukhishiwe noma ayitholakala noma bekuwukuthi ke bese ngaphinde futhi ama sample akho siwathathe lana ubuse uexcludiwe noma ukhishiwe khona ke usezohlala ukanjalo.
Now, does the fact that no DNA could be found in certain places, in certain loci, does that influence the final result?
It influenced the interpretation of the results in terms of saying that it will then become that you are not be able to read the person on that particular sample because you are not reading him fully in all the DNA regions. So that's where the influence is.
Ukuthi ke kuba nomthelela ke ukuthi kwindawo ethize ke noma kuma regions athize ama DNA ingatholakali ke yebo lokho ke uma ke usuchaza ke noma usu-interpreta ke imiphumela ke ukuthi yebo ke akhonakalanga ukuthi ke umuntu atholakala noma ke afundeke ngokuphelele ngoba kwindawo ethi kuma region athize ama DNA awatholakala.
Now in the field of DNA, do you only exclude and include, or is there a midway in between? Say, for instance, partial inclusion.
In our case, we include and exclude, and in some instance where we don't include you, let's say in one region, we'll say no conclusion. So if, let's say, we are not including you in one region, we'll write it as a no conclusion. So we wouldn't say we are including you or we are excluding you. We'll just give it to say, well, we can't make a final conclusion on this particular individual.
Thina ke kuwethu umsebenzi ukuthi ke siyatholakala noma ke iyakufaka noma ke iyakhipha noma ke uma ngaba kungekho ke okutholakalayo sithi ke akukho esingasho ukuthi ke kuyatholakala noma ukhona.
Now, just in general, are there any factors that can lead to a situation where a suspect DNA is not found on the crime scene? Just in general.
My Lord, it will be
or are there, let's put it this way, sorry, are there any factors that can lead to a suspect's DNA not being found on the crime scene?
My Lord, for me to say that it will be using like common knowledge to say anyone can be, if your DNA is not on the scene, for me now it will be using my common knowledge to say maybe you didn't touch anything on the scene, of which I wouldn't like to go too much on that.
Angeke ngithandeke ukuthi ke kuphele kakhulu ke ngoba uma ngingathi ke manje ukuthi iDNA yakho ingatholakala kwindawo yesigameko ukuthi mhlambe ke akukho okubambile kodwa ke angeke ngeze ngithande ukuthi ngiye khona lapho.
Thank you, my Lord.
Thanks. Yes, Mr. Representative.
Thank you, my Lord. Just one question, and I'm going to ask that Exhibit C of Musia be shown to the witness, my Lord. Now, Captain, if you look at Exhibit C, there's a picture of a head. Photo number 6. That will be the head that was swapped for the DNA material from the scene. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that, my Lord.
Yebo ngesibona ke lesi sigqoko lesi.
Now, for contextual purposes, witnesses have testified that after the incident on the 26th of October 2014, Makumalo, that is Kelly Kumalo and Zandile Kumalo's mother, had this head and she was showing it to the people, witnesses, gatherers, that one of the persons that was wearing this hat was involved in the shooting of Senzo Meyiwa. Now, my question is simply this. In relation to the evidence now that we have led concerning her statement and the 5 people that are currently in front of court, what is your comment, if you can comment on that?
It's a good case, Manoj. I think it's not a fair question to the witness. This is what this court is seized with, to determine the issue that my learned friend is putting to the witness.
Yes, Mr. Ramsepi, what are you
My
saying?
Lord, at the end of my question, I qualified it with a proviso that if he can answer, he can prefer an answer.
Yeah, but give the expert, remember I told you last time,
Yes.
the full scenario. This
Let-
Makomalo is
let-
not the only
let-
one.
yes.
Makomalo is not the only one who says there was a head involved.
Yes.
Zandile says that. To Misha, I mean, even Mukiti says that.
Let me
About
give you-
6 witnesses say
Yes.
that.
Let me give you the contextual, again, background. Witnesses that were in the house, that will be Tumelo Madala, Togozi Sitwala, Zandile Kumalo, and the witnesses that allegedly say they were outside, Mukete, testified that one of the persons that entered the house, the one that possessed a firearm, was wearing a hat, and this is the hat that was shown as evidence that was left behind. Now, later on, when people gathered and the police, when she was doing demonstrations to the police from the hospital, she showed the police this hat and said one of the perpetrators who was involved was wearing this particular hat that is left behind. Now, my question simply, as I stated before, is that in the context of her statement that one of the persons was wearing this hat and your conclusions now scientifically, what are you saying with respect to that hat and the 5 people that are in front of court today?
My Lord, for me, it will be difficult to comment on what other witnesses have said, and for me, it's just to say that the DNA that was obtained on the rim, on the rim of that particular head, excluded the suspect that I mentioned in my report. That is the only thing that I could say.
Mina ke kuzoba nzima ke ukuthi ngiphawuleke kokushiwo abanye ofakazi mayelana soke isigqoko lesi, kodwa mina engikushilo ukuthi ke mina ke uma ngenza uphenyo lami ke kuyona ke irim la ngaphakathi kusona isigqoko lesiyana ukuthi lokho ke kuyabakhipha ke abasolwa laba engibachazile noma ke ababhaliwe lapha kuloya mbiko wami.
If I may push it further, just for conclusion, to a reasonable degree of your DNA analysis, let me take it to my clients accused number 1 and 2. Would you say one of them was wearing or was not wearing that hat, given the DNA analysis that we've done?
The witnesses on the scene, that's the evidence in this court, say a hat was worn.
Okay. Let me leave it, my lord. It doesn't take us any further. Thank you, Captain.
Yes, sir.
I've got no question, ma'am.
Yes, Mr. Mimali.
Thank my lord. I have no cross-examination to this witness. Thank you.
Thank you, my lord. Captain, I've got just few questions on clarity from your report. I heard that you said from the report you will do the preliminary test first before you will proceed with those samples. My
Yes.
question.
Yes, my lord.
My question is, did you receive any sample which would have been lifted from the door handle of the main door? Did you receive any sample from the door handle of the main door? From the samples that you received in your report, whether it passed test or did not pass test?
But can counsel qualify which one is the main door, my lord? The question is very vague, with the greatest of respect.
Can I rephrase, my lord?
Yes.
Did you receive any sample maybe marked as sample from the main door or exit door? Because you read the samples from the bedroom, bedroom 1 and bedroom 2 respectively. I'm just asking if you did receive any sample referred to the exit door or main door.
No, I haven't seen any sample that is referred in, that is characterized by those ways.
Ayikho ke noma wekho ama sample engawathola la ekwabhalwe khona ke i-main door noma ke isicabha ke ekuphunywa kusona.
Okay. And then also from the last page, which is page 4 of 5, you read in the samples under the name of Fisogute, which is paragraph 4.1.4, and you read the samples which you received in brackets referred to as 13 DBAD 7184. You see that one?
Yes, ma'am.
What kind of sample that you received there? What type of sample?
It's a buccal sample.
It's a buccal sample?
Yeah, it's the swab that is taken from the mouth.
Lana ke ku 4.1.4 balo untuli fiso kuhle naleya container number ke u13 DBAD 7184 isample engayithola ke isample ke le ethathwa ke emlonyeni.
Okay, when did you receive it?
My lord, I'm gonna have to refer to my file. I do have that particular sample, so I can always go back and give you the date that it was received.
Please, because I was trying to get it from your report. I only see the date when you received the case file, but I don't see the date when you received the samples that are referred in your report.
Okay.
Maybe we
I
can...
do have the file,
Okay.
which is in front of me, and my lord, I will give you the date.
My lord, maybe in the meantime, can I just ask for a short adjournment while he's getting the dates, so that I can also take just few instructions regarding that, my lord.
Okay, fine.
Thank you, my lord.
Following, what's your time?
12:05.
What?
12:05.
Okay, 15 minutes.
Thank you, my lord.
ukuthi yebo ngezafana ngendlela-ke ukuthi khona epithelial cells aye athathwa khona lapho
And in answer to Mr. Ramsipli's question, you say you can only say the DNA profile on the brim of the head exclude the suspect. The fact that on certain loci, you were able to read the suspects into the DNA profile, is that of any significance?
My Lord, the fact that I read you not in all the DNA regions, it has significance, because if I don't read you in all the DNA regions, it means you are excluded. For us to include you, we need to include you in all the DNA regions.
Okusemqoka ukuthi ufuzo lwakho uma kuthathwa amasample kanjalo luvelele kuma-region wonke we-DNA. Uma ngabe wonke lama-region ke ufuzo lwakho aluveleli, futhi-ke wena-ke awufakwa kuleyo DNA okanye kulezo izivivinyo ze-DNA.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thanks. Sir, have you ever heard of an inconclusive DNA test?
Yes, my Lord.
Yes.
Yebo, ngeke ngakuzwa lokho ke, okukhulunywa ke ngevivinyo engazange zaqedwa.
Because as I'm listening to your evidence, there are symbols which you attribute to what you call regions. Is that not so?
Yes, my Lord.
And then, for instance, you make a conclusion that you have identified the occurrence of certain symbols in a particular sample of a donor 10 times, let's put it like that.
Yes, my Lord.
And then, let's say 4 of those tests did not indicate any DNA. It was inconclusive, right?
Yes.
And then in 4.
Register your company online today with company partners. It's that simple.
Here are 5 reasons why I love using Creative Fabrica. They have tons of pre-made designs that I'm already allowed to use commercially.
Tests which you have concluded, as I was listening to you.
Yes.
You say, for instance, a certain person is included, as you say, you read it.
Yes.
That person into the testing of that DNA test, right?
Yes.
6 times, for instance, right?
Yes, yes.
And then you say, in 4 other occasions, I did not read him or her into that equation. Is that not so?
Yes, my Lord.
So is that not an inconclusive
My
result?
Lord. No, my Lord.
Okay.
And inconclusive, we don't really say inconclusive, we say no conclusion.
I see.
Yeah, so it's where we are missing you in one. Basically, we say if we miss you in 1 or 2. So if we miss you in 1 or 2, then we will say is no conclusion. We will say we can't make a conclusion whether we are including you or excluding you.
Right.
Yes.
Futhi ke uma ngabe kulama region ufuzo lwakho aluveleli okanye ke le symbol le setshenziswa gawu2 mhlambe uma sibheke sithola ukuthi ke leyo symbol ekungukuthi iyona emele igama lakho ayikufaki kulapho ke sithi ekugcineni sinquma ukuthi lezo ivivinyo ayiphelelanga okanye asiqedanga ngazo ngenxa yokuthi ke wena ke awuveleli kusho ukuthi kuwo wonke ama region.
Right, I'm with you there. In other words, you're aware of obviously the high watermark of fingerprints, right? In terms of identification of a person.
My Lord, I'm not...
I know you're not an expert,
Yeah,
but I can tell you that the standard of proof in a fingerprint evidential matter is that there must be 7 points. 7 points of identification. If they are not, even if you can have 6, you can't say this person is a person who is named Ratamokotling. Even if he has 6 points of identification which are similar. As long as it is not 7, they say it is not identification beyond the requirement of proof. Are you with me?
Yes, my lord.
Is it not the same concept?
It's the same concept with us as well,
Yes.
to say that if we don't include you in all the 16 regions, you are not included.
Yes.
Yona
Yes.
leyo nqubo-ke okhulunywa ngayo enkantolo ekhuluma ngayo kakhulukazi ama-fingerprints ukuthi-ke uma ngabe-ke kuyovivinywa-ke ama-fingerprint okanye kuthathwe iminwe bese-ke ku-check-wa-ke amaphuzu lawa angaba u-7 amayelana-ke okanye okuyizona iy'nkomba zokuthi lama-fingerprint womuntu mhlawumbe othize. Uma ngabe lawo maphuzu awu-7 awaveleli wonke mayelana-ke nalokho okuvivinywayo kuyothiwa-ke kusho ukuthi akusuyena, kumele avele owu-7 wonke. Kanti-ke leyo nqubo-ke iyona esetshenziswayo nangapha kuma-DNA. Uma ngabe lama-region awu-16 awavezi ukuthi wonke owu-16 kanjalo, aveza-ke inombolo yomuntu othize. Uma ngabe leyo nombolo ayivezwa kulawo ma-region awu-16 kanjalo, sithi-ke lo muntu uyakhishwa akafakwa ngamanye amazwi.
Yeah, quite so. Have you ever conducted a DNA test where all the 16 regions are excluded? Because, for instance, as you say, on the swab, it says 7, 8, 9. And then on the symbol, the pro forma example of the donor, you find 8, 9, 10. The disparity is so large that you can't say there are similarities in any of the DNA symbolism. Have you ever done that? Where you say there are 16 points of none.
No, my lord. I haven't seen where you will exclude a person in all the 16.
Quite.
You will ultimately get in 1 or 2.
That's it.
Yes.
So DNA coincides in all the tests you have made. Is that not so? Particles of DNA coincided in all the tests you have made. Can I make that statement?
My lord, if you can just clarify what you mean.
For instance, in one of the tests you said there were identification points in your testing of regiments.
Yes.
On about, I think, 6.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
What do you mean? What do you mean by that? 6.
So what it means is there are some regions where that person characters, you can see them in the mixture, but for you to conclude that that person is a contributor to that particular mixture, you need to read him not in 6, but in all of them.
Yeah, quite. I'm with you. Yes. Like, for instance, in identical twins, is that not so?
Yes, in the identical twins.
Yeah, okay. I'm with you. Any questions arising?
None, my lord.
I've got none.
Thank you, my lord. I have no questions.
No
Thank
questions,
you.
my lord.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Lokho akushilo-ke ukuthi uma kwenzeka-ke ukuthi kukhona ama-region awu-6 mhlawumbe ashoyo-ke ukuthi kukhona ufuzo lomuntu othize kulezi zivivinyo. Angeke ukwazi ukuthi nginqume ukuthi ngempela vele umuntu lo ufanele ukuthi afakwe. Futhi-ke asikho-ke isikhathi la sike senza-ke izivivinyo sathola ukuthi kulama-region awu-16 wonke akukho lutho oluncanyana okuyifuzo mhlawumbe ufuzo oluqhamuke emntwini ethize. Mhlawumbe ungathola ukuthi ufuzo lomuntu othize luvelela-ke ey'ndaweni ezingaba u-3 mhlawumbe eziwu-6 kanjalo, kodwa-ke 16 yonke exclude okanye ikuvalele ngaphandle njengoba uma kwenziwa ivivinyo kubhekwa ukuthi ngabe wonke lama-region awu-16 uyavelela na. Ukuthi-ke akwenzeki-ke ngaleyo ndlela. Mawuke kwavelela nje leyo 4 lama-region awu-4 ikufaka ayisho ukuthi ngempela usukhonjiwe kwabakhona.
Yeah, just as a matter of interest. Just as a matter of interest.
Yes, my lord.
It has nothing to do with this case. Why is that you guys can't attract trainees for DNA testing purposes? Because I'm told the backlog is about three years plus for DNA purposes.
My lord, that's management issues that I'm not able to answer.
You can't answer that.
Yes.
Do you need mathematics?
Yes,
Is that the problem with us blacks? And I include myself,
Yes.
so that they'll say, I renounce about mathematics.
Yes.
Is it a problem, mathematics? Because we get degrees, sociology, etc., etc.
Yes.
When we must do the what we would call degrees which are taxing, solid state physics,
Yes.
nuclear physics, DNA,
Yes.
then we seem to be lagging behind. Why is it so? We don't know.
We are not really, I would say we are not really lagging behind. It's just we have a lot of potential that we still need to unearth.
30 years.
Yeah, but
After Uhuru.
because I work with a lot of people who are very, very good, and it's just that they are unknown at this stage. But in future, my lord, you will see that at the forensics we have the best people. And yeah, it's just that some of the things that they are doing are not as visible as others.
Okay, fine. There's hope at least.
Yes, there's hope.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Baloyi.
Is the court, please, my lord, the state calls the next witness is Mr. Hendrik Louis Mulder.
Hendrik Louis Mulder.
Louis Mulder.
Okay.
It's witness number 88 on the list. This witness is going to testify in respect of a new exhibit that we've marked Exhibit DD. And this only pertains to accused number 2.
Thank you, sir. So it pertains only to accused number 2.
Indeed, my lord.
Has the defense been given this document?
Yes.
They are aware of it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. They swear the witness in, sir.
Full name, sir?
Hendrik Louis Mulder.
Hendrik Louis Mulder. Do you have any objection in taking a prescribed oath?
No, I don't.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth? The whole truth, nothing else but the truth? If so, raise up your right hand. Say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Oath taken, my lord.
Thank you. You may be seated if you want to. Unless there's no chair there.
Mr. Mulder, where do you work?
Your Lordship, I'm employed by Sibanye Gold.
Ngisebenzela iSibanye Gold.
In what capacity?
I'm employed as a human resources manager.
Mina ngisebenza njenge-human resources manager.
For how many years have you been working for Sibanye Gold in that capacity?
Your Lordship, I've got 29 years service with Sibanye.
Ngineminyaka ewu-29 ngisebenzela iSibanye.
And where is this company based?
The company is based near Coltonville.
Inkampani lena ke isakhiwo sakhona siseduze naseCarltonville.
But we've got various operations. Our Driefontein operation is the one at Carltonville operation.
Sinama operation endaweni ehlukene kakhulukazi ke iDriefontein kulapho ke kusetshenzwa khona ke kakhulu.
And what type of business does this company carry?
We are in precious metals, specifically gold mining.
Thina ke sebenza ngama metal kakhulukazi ke igolide, imine legolide.
Now, in your capacity as human resource manager, do you have access to the company records of employees?
I do, yes.
Yebo, ukuya ke ngesikhundla engisiphethe khona laphana kulo yamine nginawo ke ama file wabasebenzi abasebenza khona lapho kuleyo mine.
I just want to show you exhibit DD. Do you recognize that exhibit?
I do, Your Lordship.
Yebo ke lengxenye lapha ngami ngiyayikhumbula.
Can you just identify it for the court? What is it?
This record refers to a system print that indicates the employment history of Mr. Ntanzi.
Shuthi lana ke kumayelana ke nomlando womsebenzi omayelana naye ke ubaba uNtanzi. Shuthi ke amaphepha akhishwe computer lawa.
Yes, can you just give his full names, his particulars?
It's Mr. B.S. Ntanzi.
Amagama wakhe ke uBS Ntanzi.
And according to this, it's an employment record for Driefontein gold mine.
Record yakhe yase mine yase Driefontein ke lena.
Employed as a stoping laborer.
Kanti ke kuthiwa ubesebenza njenge stoping, sebenzise stoping laborer.
From the 18th of April 2009.
Usebenza lapho ke kuthiwa nge-18 zika April 2009.
Yes. Until when?
The same system record for Mr. Ntanzi indicates that he was employed up to the 18th of February 2018, Your Lordship, and his reason for exit was desertion, so he absconded from
up to
2016.
Kuthiwa lana ke wasebenza ukufika nge-18 zika February 2016. Kanti ke isizathu esenza ukuthi makasuke lapho ke okanye asule emsebenzini ingoba wavele nje wangaphindi eseya emsebenzini.
And where on exhibit DD does it appear? That information that is just present on which page?
It's on Annex B, Your Lordship.
Lokho ke kuvela khona laphana ke ku Annex B. Leyo ngxenye ke yolwazi ivelela ku Annex B.
Now, at your company, are employees monitored to report on duty in general areas?
Yes, Your Lordship.
And when they access general areas?
Yes, they are monitored for the purposes of their own safety.
Yebo ke bayaqashwa khona laphana okanye babekwa ihlo khona laphana ke emsebenzini endaweni nje ejwayelekile khona lapho emsebenzini ukwenzela ke ukuthi kube ukuthi baphephile khona lapho ke emsebenzini.
What system is in place to monitor them?
Your Lordship, each employee employed by the company is issued with a unique clocking card.
Futhi ke isisebenzi esisebenza khona laphayana sinikezwa lento esibiza i-clocking card. I-card yokclocka.
And Your Lordship, this card is used then by employees to gain access to strategic areas as well as their working places.
Kanti ke lelo khadi ke lomsebenzi libanikeza ke igunya lokungena ke kuleli lomsebenzi endaweni ezithile ezikhethiwe nendawo ke ezifanele ukuthi abasebenzi batholakale kuzo.
And what would those strategic areas be?
It's Your Lordship, it's mainly entry points into work areas as well as residential areas where employees stay.
Ukuthi ke kukhona indawo ezikhethiwe nje ezithize zolawulo ke lwendawo yomsebenzi. Indawo ezifana nokuthi ke kuyisango mhlawumbe lokungena endaweni ethize yomsebenzi. Kanti ke mhlawumbe uthola ukuthi khona ke nomunye umnyango okanye isango okuyilona ke eliholela ekutheni umuntu aye endaweni yokuhlala okanye yemizi.
The documents that are before you, whose clocking records are those?
Your Lordship, these clocking records belong to Mr. Bongani Ntanzi.
Kanti ke lomlando ke wokuclocka okanye lama record wokuclocka ke umnini wawo nguye lona uBongani Ntanzi.
If I can ask you to turn to the page that's written individual clocking history on the 24th of October 2014. On the Commissioner, I see that the 2 of 2014 did not come out when copies were made. We'll make new copies.
You're saying what hasn't appeared?
The 2 of 2014.
Oh, okay, I see, 2014.
Yes. Yes, can you just place the clocking history of Mr. Bongani Ntanzi on the 24th of October 2014?
Bana kuyokhulunywa ke ngehistory yokuclocka eka Babu Ntanzi, uBongani Ntanzi lana. Kakhulukazi ke sibhekele date yange 24th October 2014.
Your Lordship, on the left-hand side of page 2 of the individual clocking history for this date, on the left-hand side it appears as the in-clockings, the time from which the individual has clocked, as well as the places where he's clocked and the type of access at those individual clockings. So for the 24th of October...
So just before you proceed, just show the portion where it's written in clocking.
Yes. So on this side, it contains the details of the in-clocking.
Yes.
And on this side, it reflects the details of the out-clockings.
Shuthi njengoba esibonisa kanjalo ke amakhuluma avela lana ke amelana ke nokungena emsebenzini ukuclocka nokuphuma ngapha ngesokudla amakhuluma abonisa khona ke uthi lana ubephuma lento esithi ke uye waclocka out.
Yes.
So for the 24th of October, Your Lordship, I can see that at 17 minutes past 8, there was an access clocking. Then again at 8:30 in the evening, there was another access clocking. And then at 31 minutes past 8 o'clock in the evening, there was a food clocking.
Manje ke uma sibheka nge-24 October 2014 waclocka wangena mhlambe esakhiweni isikhathi angena ngaso kulesakhiwo somsebenzi kwaba u-17 minutes past 8 ebusuku 2017. Okwesibini waphinde futhi wayongena khona kuleso sakhiwo ngo-8:30 ebusuku 2030. Ilento kuthiwa ke i-access kwaba yisona ke isizathu sokuthi makangene. Kanti ke esinye isizathu sokungena kuleso sakhiwo kwaba isizathu sokudla kubhalwe food laphana ukudla isikhathi sathi 2031.
Yes, you can proceed to the 25th.
Your Lordship, then on the 25th of October 2014, it reflects that Mr. Ntanzi entered a work area access point at 5 minutes to 4 in the morning. And then the second access point 1 minute later at 4 minutes to 4 in the morning. And then proceeded through the work clocking access at 3 minutes to 4 on that same morning.
Kanti ke nge-25 zika October 2014 wangena ke kulesi sakhiwo ngo-5 to 4 ekuseni, 5 to 4, 3:55. Waphinde futhi ke wayongena kuleso sakhiwo futhi ngo-3:56 ukuthi umzuzu emva kokuthi angene kokuqala. Waphinde futhi ke wangena ke seyosebenza ke manje ngo-3:57, 3 minutes before 4 ekuseni.
Can you just explain those two access areas? What are they?
So, Your Lordship, they are defined by the, if you look at the in-clocking here, it's got on the top there, it's got a heading that says point, and that actually tells you where that access clocking has happened. So, A48 and A09 are both clocking points at the shaft.
Yabona ke uma sibheka amakholomu lapha phezulu ke kuleli phepha kukhona la kubhalwe point phezulu. Manje ngaphansi ke kwaleyo column ye point kunama code asetshenzisiwe. Ake sibheke lama code wange-25 zika October 2014. Khona le code ethi A48. Bese kuba ne code ethi A09. Shuthi ke ilento esibiza i-access point okanye ke indawo la ufike khona uclock khona okanye ufike uzithule kuyo ukuze ukwazi ukuba ingxenye yaleso sakhiwo.
Are there certain points that they have to go through before they get to the work area?
That's correct, Your Lordship. It's part of our security measures at the mining industry.
Yebo, kuyiqiniso kunjalo kukhona ke indawo ezithize ezikhethile abafanele ukuthi bandlule kuzo andokuba ke baqhubeke ke bayosebenza. Kuyingxenye ke yokuphepha kwabo okanye kuyingxenye yokuphepha emsebenzini. Leyo nqubo ke okanye leyo nkambi.
Yes, you may proceed.
Then, Your Lordship, the next clockings would be in the table again on the right side of page 2 under the 25th of October 2014, which indicates the outclockings. So according to this record, it indicates that Mr. Ntanzi clocked out from his workplace 1 minute past 6.
Kanti ke enye ingxenye ke yemininingwane evelela kuleli phepha ku page 2 ye individual clocking history siza kule column engapha yesandla sokudla icolumn le yesibili yona ke ikhuluma ngokuphuma kwakhe emsebenzini lento esithi uclocka out. Ake sithi ke nge-25 zika October 2014 nge-1 minute past 6 waphuma kuleso sakhiwo somsebenzi. Yena lo baba Ntanzi.
Is it good, please, my lord, would this be an appropriate time to take the longer journey?
Yeah, okay. Thanks. 2 o'clock then.
Yeah.
Yes, like the year, the 2014.
Okay.
We've numbered on page 1 up to 13.
1 up to 13.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
We, just before the long adjournment, we are on page 5. The page that we've numbered is page 5.
Which was originally page 2.
Yes, yes.
Okay, fine. Yeah.
And we were on the clocking history, the outclocking. The witness has just referred to the time 0601
Yes.
that appeared there. Just for record purposes, just put that again on record. What does that time represent?
Your Lordship, before we broke for the lunch break,
Yeah.
I just clarified that in terms of the right-hand column then, which refers to outclockings,
Yes.
it indicated that Mr. Ntanzi then had a work exit clocking or outclocking 1 minute past 6.
Yes.
Shothi-ke angokuba-ke siyothatha ikhefu yokudla kanti-ke ngiye ngakhuluma-ke ngale mininingwane-ke evelela kuleli phepha ngapha ngesokudla lamakhuluma esikhuluma ngawo ukuthi-ke kula ebephuma khona emsebenzini ngamanye amazwi ube-clocka out khona kanti-ke isikhathi esikhulume ngaso-ke ukuthi ubaba uNtanzi waphuma ngaso kwaba u-1 minute past 6 ekuseni.
Just for record purposes, just put the record, the time, the date on record, sorry.
The date on record that I'm referring to is the 25th of October, 2014, Your Lordship.
Kanti-ke i-date esikhuluma ngayo-ke iyona-ke yange-25 October 2014.
So for how long did he work on the 25th of October 2014? At the times that you've mentioned.
So, Your Lordship, if we look at the work-in clocking, that was 3 minutes to 4, and the outclocking, which was 1 minute past 6, just roughly gives you around 2 hours that Mr. Ntanzi was at work.
Shothi-ke uma sibheka lezi nkathi eziwu-2, 3:57 uma engena emsebenzini lokho esithi phecelezi ukuclocka in wangena emsebenzini ngo-3:57 kanti-ke wase-ke uyaphuma emsebenzini waclocka out ngo-1 minute past 6, 1 minute past 6. Lokho-ke kusho ukuthi usebenze nje amahora angaba u-2 phezu kwamahora nje awu-2.
Yes.
Your Lordship, then, according to this record again, Mr. Ntanzi then had 2 access clockings again. The first of those access clockings after his work clocking was 2 minutes past 6, which is 1 minute after his work clock out. And then 3 minutes past 6, he exited his workplace. You will also note, and I just want to state for the court and the record, that the clocking points on the outclockings corresponds with the in-clocking points on the left-hand side of page 5.
Ake ngiqale lapho-ke uma sibheka-ke lama-code wokuclocka out wakhe ayafana-ke okanye ayahambelana nama-code wokuclocka in wakhe. Ngamanye amazwi-ke uma-ke ezophuma-ke emsebenzini or kulesakhiwo sasemsebenzini uphuma ey'ndaweni ey'fana nalezi angene kuzo uma engene emsebenzini. Ukuthi uma ubheka kule mininingwane kuleli phepha ngaku-right lokho kuyabonisa-ke ukuthi clocka out emva kwe-minute past 6 waphinde waclocka out ngo-2 minutes past 6 waclocka out futhi ngo-3 minutes past 6 ey'ndaweni ey'fana nalezi aclocke kuzo makangena emsebenzini.
And then, Your Lordship, the last clocking then on the outclockings for the 25th of October 2014 indicates access clocking at the hostel, which was 3 minutes to 7 in the morning.
Shuthi ke wasuyaphuma ke ephumela khona laphana ehostel. Ngo 3 minutes akuba kushaye ihora lesikhombisa 6:57. Shuthi ke uclocka kwakhe ephuma emsebenzini. Okugcina ke ngey 25 zika October 2014.
And according to my observation, there is no further clockings, Your Lordship, for the 28th, 27th, the 26th, 27th, 28th, 29th, 30th, 31st of October, or the 1st of November. The first clocking again registered on our clocking system indicates the 2nd of November at 9:01 p.m. and it was again an access clocking at the hostel.
Uma sesibheka ke amanye ama date E26, E27, E28, 29, E30 nange 31 kanti nange 1 zika November 2014 akazange aclocke angene emsebenzini ngalezo nsuku. Kodwa ke waphinde wangena futhi emsebenzini futhi waclocka ke engena emsebenzini ngey 2 zika November 2014. Isikhathi angena ngaso kwaba 1 minute past 9 ebusuku ngamanye amazwi 21:01. Nakhona ke engena emsebenzini njalo kulelo sango ke elisetshenziswayo abasebenzi ukuthi makangene ke emsebenzini lase hostel.
Now, for those dates that you've mentioned, 26 October 2014 up to the 1st of November 2014, where there were not clockings, is there any accountability for that?
Yes, Your Lordship, and I just want to state for the record, if the court should maybe wonder why there was a discrepancy in my initial statement and this, is that at the time of the investigation, when I was approached to do my statement, I solely wrote my statement based on the evidence that was on the clocking history.
Manje ke mhlambe inkantolo ngathola ukuthi ke kukhona ukungavumelani kwestatement engasenza kanti ke nalobufakazi engikuthula namhlanje ke ngithanda ukusho ke ukuthi ngenkathi mina ngiphana ngaleso statement okanye ngithula leso statement sami mayelana naleli cala mina ke nganginike kakhulu kule mininingwane emayelana ke ne clocking history okanye umlando wokungena kwakhe emsebenzini mangizophana ngaleso statement.
However, Your Lordship, when I was approached by the state to testify in this case, I actually pulled the personal file of Mr. Mtanzini.
Kanti ke uma ke umbuso usungicela ke ngisho ukuthi engicela ukuthi mangizothola ubufakazi bami la enkantolo ngase ke mina ke ngiya kwi-file yakhe ubaba uNtanzi ngathi no ithi ngikhiphe le file ekababa uNtanzi ngeke ngiyibheke.
And I felt it was imperative for me to notify and to state for the record that there was a leave absence notification submitted for Mr. Mtanzini for the period 27 October 2014 to 31 October 2014.
Ngithe mangibheka ke kulama phepha kababa uNtanzi ngase ngiyabona ke ukuthi kukhona isicelo sokuthatha ikhefu emsebenzini esafakwa esakhe lona ubaba uNtanzi kanti ke leso sicelo gunyaza ke ukuthi uma ke esinikezwe sona ukuthi magabe futhi angabi khona emsebenzini kusuka nge-27 zika October 2014 athatha ikhefu eliphelela phana nge-31 zika October 2014. Futhi ke zobe ngekho emsebenzini ukusuka nge-27 ukufika nge-31 zika October.
And the document I'm referring to, Your Lordship, is number 12 in the document pack, which then can confirm that Mr. Ntanzini applied for unpaid leave, and he stated it was for personal problems.
Kanti ke lelo pheshana ke elimaphela 12 ipheshana ke elishoyo eliphethe okanye eliqukethe imininingwane eshoyo ukuthi wacela i-leave okanye ikhefu yokungaya emsebenzini engabhadaliwe.
It's page 12.
Shuthi ke ikhasi lesi-12 esikhuluma ngalo ke ukuthi kusuka ngaleso sikhathi kufika ngalesi sikhathi esithize impela ke ukuthatha ikhefu engabhadelwe.
And the court will also note that Mr. Ntanzini, as well as his supervisor and his HR, approved his leave application for this period.
Ganti ke usupervisor wakhe ganti nalona ke ophethe indaba zabasebenzi okanye ke okuyena ke olawula ke indlela abasebenzi basebenza ngakhona wase bathini imanager i-human officer or imanager yakhe yase ke iyasayina lapho supervisor wasayina ganti ke no manager wasayina ukuqinisekisa ukuthi bayavuma ukuthi uNtanzi makathathe leave.
Yes, and for which period did he get leave of absence?
The leave of absence was approved, Your Lordship, from the 27th to the 31st of October for those 5 consecutive days.
Ganti kwaba ilezo nsuku ke eziwu5 wanikezwa lona ke lelo khefu ukusuka nge-27 October kwathiwa ke uzo ilanga lokugcina ke kuyoba i-31 October 2014.
Just then, in summary, Mr. Mulder, when did Mr. Ntanzi work for the last time?
Before he exited the services of the company.
Yes, according to the worksheets on the 25th.
According to, apologies, Your Lordship. According to the clocking history, the last whereabouts can be confirmed on the 25th of October 2014 at 3 minutes to 7 when there was an outclocking at the hostel access point.
Ukuya ke ngalento esibiza ke i-individual clocking history okanye ke umlando wakhe wokuclocka khona emsebenzini njengoba kuyinto yedwa nje kanjalo wagcinwa ukubona khona lapha emsebenzini nge-25 zika October 2014 isikhathi sasethi 3 minutes before 7 ekseni khona lapha yana ngase kulela sango lase hostel.
You mentioned that he did put in leave for the 27th of October 2014 to the 31st of October 2014. Is there any explanation for his non-clocking on the 26th of October 2014?
I would not be able to say, but he would not have been expected at work. But if he did reside in the hostel, it would have reflected the clocking, Your Lordship.
Uma ngabe mhlambe bekese hostel lokho bekuyovelela khona lapha kulomlando wakhe wokuclocka khona lapha kuleza zakhiwo zasemsebenzini mayelana ke nokuthi ingane ke engaclockile nge-26 zika October 2014.
The reason why I'm stating that, Your Lordship, is you can see again from the clocking history from the 2nd of November that it reflects the access clocking at 1 minute past 9. 12 minutes later, Mr. Ntanzi entered the kitchen in the hostel, and then at 9:15 in the evening, he then clocked for food in the hostel.
Shuthi ngiyakusho lokho ke ngoba ke amehlo ami sibheke le mininingwane evelela lana ke emayelana nokuhloka kwakhe usho ukuthi engena kulezi zakhiwo zasemsebenzini ngoba ke uma sibheka ke i2 zika November 2014 siyabona ke ukuthi waclock okanye wangena kulesi sakhiwo sasemsebenzini ngo 9:01 kanti ke waphinde ke imizuzu ewu12 emva kwalokho waphinde wangena khona lapha endaweni la kungenwa khona ke you said this is kitchen kanti ke wangena kuleli sango lase kitchen ngo 9:13 kanti ke wayodla ke go 9:15 ebusuku.
Thank you, my lord. That is all.
Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, my lord. I mean, that's it. Now, sir, in your evidence in chief, you've just referred to a statement that you had previously made in this matter, correct? Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Yeah, the victim so lokho ngithe mangilo ngifakaza manje ngakho nge-statement engingasenza phambili.
My lord, if I may respectfully refer the witness to A150, that's a statement made by him on Monday, the 22 of June at 16:50 p.m. On the 22nd of June 2020, and it was commissioned by Brigadier or now Colonel Bongani Nicholas Geninda at the Pretoria Head Office, NATCOM office. And it reads, it's on the letterhead of Sibanye Stillwater, and with leave of the court, may I read it to him, my lord. And it says, statement, I, Hendrik Louis Melder, ID number, I'm not going to read it on record, in my capacity as Unit Manager, Human Resources, employed at Sibanye Stillwater Gold Division, hereby state as follows.
Uthi-ke istatement sakhe sifundeka ngaleyo ndlela lesi statement phela ke lapha phezulu sine letterhead yase Sibanye Stillwater. Uthi ke kulesi statement sakhe mina ke Hendrik Louis Melder angeke ngize ngifundeke i-ID number yakhe kanti ke mina ke isikhundla sami lapha nje nge-unit manager ye human resources ngisebenzela ke yona iSibanye Stillwater kanti ke okanye ngiqashwe yiyo iSibanye Stillwater i-division okanye igatsha legolide ngikhuluma lokhu ke okulandelayo.
Paragraph 1, according to the company records, Mr. B.S. Ntanzini, industry number Z7841016, was employed by Driefontein Division of Sibanye Stillwater on the 18th of April 2009 in the position of scoping laborer, and in brackets you refer to Annexure A, that is the printout from the HR system as proof of employment, close bracket.
Ukuya ngama record o Mr. B.S. Ntanzini one industry number leno kanye ke inombolo yakhe yasemsebenzini ethi Z7841016 ubesebenza khona laphana eDriefontein Division ye Sibanye Stillwater nge-18 zika April 2009 kanti ke isikhundla besiphethe ilesi se stoping laborer kanti ke u-Annexure A iwona ke okuyi printout ye system ye HR okubufakazi bokuthi ke ukhona kuma record wethu wabantu abasebenzayo.
Paragraph 2, further to this, the company records reflect that Mr. Ntanzini's services were terminated by Driefontein Division on the 18th of February 2016 after he absconded from work, and in brackets you refer to Annexure B, which is a printout from the HR system as proof of exit from the company, close bracket.
Ukuya ngama record wenkampani abonisa ke ukuthi uMr. Ntanzini waxoshwa ke okanye wasulwa emsebenzini khona laphana eDriefontein division nge-18 zika February 2016 emva kokuthi ke angezi okanye emva kokuthi ahluleke ukuza emsebenzini. Kunalento esibiza i-printout okanye amaphepha akhishwe ke i-system yasemsebenzini okuyiyona ke okubufakazi bokuthi useyaphuma ke enkampanini okanye uyasulwa khona laphana ke enkampanini.
At paragraph 3, Annexure C refers to the clocking history of Mr. Ntanzini between the 24th of October 2014 up to the 3rd November 2014. This is a system report generated by the company's time and attendance system whereby employees are issued with a smart card and are required to clock for work, access and meals. According to this report, Mr. Ntanzini last reported for duty on the 25th of October 2014 at 3:57 a.m. and left work at 6:01 a.m. There are no further work, access or meal clockings for the 26th, 27th, 28th, 29th, 30th, 31st of October or the 1st of November 2014. In the absence of a scheduled absence record, one can conclude that Mr. Ntanzini was absent without permission, and in brackets is the AWOP, that is the acronym, during this period. So let me finish reading it. Sorry. The next recorded clocking is for access and a meal on the 2nd of November 2014 at 21:15 p.m.
Kanti ke u-Annexure C wona ke ukhuluma ke ngomlando wokuhloka kwakhe khona lapha emsebenzini. Sikhuluma ngayo uMr. Ntanzini okusuka nge-24 zika October 2014 ukufika ke nge-3 zika November 2014. Kanti ke isibikezelo ke lesi ese-system esakhishwa yiyo i-system yale nkampani ngenkathi ke eloko eza okanye ezokloka khona laphana emsebenzini. Lapho ke kubonakala khona ke ukuthi lona ke umsebenzi okanye lo osebenzela le nkampani wanikezwa ke i-smart card kanti ke kulindelwe ke ukuthi maka aclocke ngayo leyo smart card emsebenzini akwazi ke ukungena khona laphana emasangweni wasemsebenzini kanti ke akwazi ukuthi nokuthi athole nokudla. Ukuya ke ngalesi sibikezelo uMr. Ntanzini wagcinwa ke ukubonwa emsebenzini okanye wagcina ukuze emsebenzini nge-25 zika October 2014 isikhathi sasithi 3:57 ekseni, ngamanye amazwi 3 minutes before 4 o'clock ekseni. Wase ke uyasuka khona laphana kanye waclocka ke ephuma emsebenzini nge-1 minute past 6 ekseni. Kanti ke ayisekho ke kushuthi ke awusekho ke umlando obonakalayo ke omayelana ke nomsebenzi wakhe okanye okufika khona laphana okanye ukungena khona laphana ezakhiweni zomsebenzi wenzale inkampani nokuthi mhlambe ayoclocka ukuthi akwazi ukuthola ukudla. Lokho sikubone ukuthi akasakhona ukwenza lokho kusuka nge-26, 27, 28, 29 nange-30, 31 zika October noma i-1 zika November 2014. Futhi ngazo zona lezo insuku ke ubengekho umlando wokuthi aclocke emsebenzini busungasabonakali nokuthi mhlambe aclockele ukudla nalokho bese sekungasabonakali ukufika ke nge-1 zika November 2014. Kanti ke uma sibheka ke indlela okusetshenziswa ngakhona ukuthi yena bekengekho ukuya ngama-record umuntu ke angagcina ke sethathe isinqumo sokuthi ke uBaba uNtanzi ubengekho semsebenzini ngalesi sikhathi. Futhi ke wangayi emsebenzini nanoma imvume engayitholanga ukuthi angabaseza emsebenzini kodwa waphinde ke wangaseza ke emsebenzini. kanti ke enye irecord yokutloka kwakhe ukuthi ke akwazi ukungena kulezi zakhiwo zasemsebenzini nokuthi ke athole nokudla khona lapha emsebenzini kwaba irecord yange-2 zika November 2014 isikhathi sasithi 9:15 ebusuku. Thank you, Lordship.
Now, if I may refer you respectfully to the annual leave application form that you had referred to in your evidence in chief, which will be at page 13. If you can go there for me, please. Now, if we look at the bottom section with the columns, correct me if I'm wrong, accused number 2 applied for that leave way back in 14th of July 2014, correct?
Ake sizwe ke ukuthi uzophendula kanjani ukuthi umangalelwa wesibili uwenza ke isicelo sale leave nge-14 zika July.
Your Lordship, I can't see anything to that effect on this form. If the defense can just...
If we look perhaps at the top, after the heading annual leave application form at the top, there'll be a column with 3 blocks there. I don't know what you call them, 3 cells. At the right, it will have a print date and time, which is 14 July 2014 at 5:13:46 a.m. That's when this form was generated. At the top right hand.
Okay.
Yes. And below where the employee, the supervisor, and the head of department signs also it's on the same day, the 14th of July 2014. Do you see that?
Your Lordship, I just want to maybe for the record, just clarify.
Yes.
The record that I testified to was number 12 in the pack.
Number 12.
Number 13 actually refers to an annual leave application that Mr. Ntanzini applied for annual leave earlier in the year. You'll see the commencement of that leave is the 25th of July 2014.
Correct. Let's go to...
Ngithanda ukusho ke lokho ukuthi phela ke ubufakazi bami njengoba ngithula nje buncike kulela khasi page number 12.
Yes.
Shoyo ke ukuthi ubengekho emsebenzini nanini kanti ke lana uma sibheka kuleli khasi 13 liyasho ke ukuthi wenza leso sicelo ke nge-25 zika July 2014.
Okay, the one that I'm looking at, I can't actually, that it's called, the title is leave / absence notification. That's the one that you referred to, correct?
That's correct.
Yebo, ilokho ke bengikhuluma ngakho ukuthi phezulu laphana ke isihloko sakhona saleli khasi mina bengiletha ubufakazi bami ngalo city leave / absence notification.
And that's the one that was approved for the leave dates starting from the 27th of October 2014 to the 31st of October 2014 for 5 days, correct?
That's correct, Your Lordship.
Kanti ke lesi saziso ke kwaba yisona ke esivunywa ke inkampani ukuthi kulungileke ukuthi angathatha ke izinsuku eziwu5 ukuthi angabi khona emsebenzini kusuka nge-27 zika October 2014 ukufika nge-31 zika October 2014.
Now, if we look at that leave absence notification form and we come to your statement where it says, in the absence of a scheduled absence record at paragraph 3, one can conclude that Mr. Ntanzini was absent without permission during this period. That was a mistake on your part, correct?
As I stated to the court, sir.
Njengoba sengishilo ngitshela inkantolo yebo ukuthi kwaba ke iphutha nje kimina okanye ehlangotheni lami mayelana ke nale paragraph eshoyo ke ukuthi ngenxa yokuthi ke ubengekho emsebenzini umuntu angavele nje anqume ukuthi uthathe okanye akazange abe semsebenzini njena ke engagunyaziwe ukuthi angabi semsebenzini. Lokho ke kwaba iphutha kimi.
Now, regarding his absence on Sunday, the 26th of October 2014, my instructions are that according to his contract, he was not working Sundays. It was a non-working day for him. So there will be no reason for him to clock on duty on the 26th of October 2014. What is your comment to that?
That would be correct, sir.
Kuyobe kuyiqiniso lokho. Yebo, ngivumelana naye-ke ukuthi ngendlela besebenza ngakhona ukuthi njalo ngesonto ubengayi emsebenzini manje-ke bekungeke kuze kukhonakala ukuthi ayokloka nge-26 zika-October 2014 kungukuthi bekuwusonto leyo suku-ke bekungesonto. Ngivumelana naye lapho.
And further, the non-clockings for the 27th to the 1st of November. Yes, 21st of the 27th of October 2014 to the 1st of November 2014. My instructions are that he wouldn't clock at that period because he was on leave that we know was approved, but that he was also at home in KwaZulu-Natal. Hence, there was no clocking history during that time period. Do you have any comment on that?
Yes, Your Lordship. So I can confirm that because of his absence, he wouldn't have any clockings, but I cannot confirm his whereabouts, unfortunately.
Mina-ke ngingaqinisekisa-ke ukuthi ubengekho nje emsebenzini ngoba-ke bekeselivini. Ukuthi beke kuphi-ke mayelana-ke nalolu suku i-27 zika-October 2014, lokho-ke angeke ngikwazi ukuqinisekisa. Kodwa-ke ngiyakuvuma lokho ukuthi ngempela ubengekho emsebenzini ngoba bekeselivini. Akaklokanga njena ngoba bekeselivini nge-27 zika-October.
And furthermore, why? The 25th of November, there's one in, one out. So if you work the one Saturday, the next Saturday, you are not on duty, it's your day off. That's why he did not log on this, the 1st of November 2014, only returned to work on Sunday, the 2nd of October 2014.
That is correct, Your Lordship. At the mines we work ESF system, which is one Saturday on, one off.
Ukuthi-ke yebo kuyiqiniso lokho ukuthi le Saturday yange-1 zika-November ubengeke akwazi ukuthi angene emsebenzini ngoba-ke kukhona-ke lokusebenza kushintshiswana ngamaviki. Ngamanye amazwi uma kungukuthi kulo mgcibelo ungenile loya mgcibelo angeke akwazi ukuthi makangene emsebenzini. Yebo ngiyaqinisekisa-ke lo.
And you were asked as to the number of hours that were put as a shift on the 25th, which is from just before 4 o'clock until just after 6 o'clock, which is 2 hours. My instructions are this, that when employees go on leave and they are traveling mainly because they are from out of province, they'll have prior permission from their supervisor that they can leave early because they are traveling out of province. Therefore, he had permission that day from his supervisor to leave at 6 in the morning. That was approved. He didn't work his whole shift.
Yes, Your Lordship.
Kusenesikhathi okanye aphume phambi kokuthi-ke kube isikhathi sakhe sokuphuma emsebenzini. Angeke ngiphikisane nalokho ukuthi kwaba khona lawo malungiselelo phakathi kwakhe lona uNtanzini nalo okuwusupervisor wakhe ukuthi aba khona noma azange abe khona. Manje ngaleyo ndlela-ke angeke ngikwazi ukuqinisekisa-ke.
Now, finally, regarding the access for meal, access to the kitchen, my instructions are that it is not compulsory or mandatory to eat at the kitchen. There are, even including himself, there are people that cook in their rooms if they don't want to eat from the meal provided in the kitchen. That's why on other days, there won't be clockings for meals regarding his clocking history.
Yes, Your Lordship, it's not compulsory to make use of the hostel kitchen. However, that's why you'll see when employees do make use, they have to clock for their meals.
Yebo, kuyiqiniso lokho-ke ukuthi akekho umuntu ophoqwayo ukuthi makaye laphana ekhishini lase-hostel ukuthi ayothatha ukudla khona laphana. Uma ngabe uyafuna ukuyolanda ukudla khona ekhishini leli lase-hostel angakwenza lokho, kodwa-ke akekho ophoqwayo ukuthi makakwenze.
Thank you, Mr. Mulder. Thank you, my lord. I mean, those are my questions.
Any re-examination?
Just one aspect. Mr. Ramosipil, on behalf of accused number 2, put it to you that the accused had permission on the 25th of October 2014 from his supervisor to leave at 06:01. What was the length of the shift that he had to work on the day?
Your Lordship, the normal shift for a Saturday is a 4-hour shift. Anything less would be considered a short shift, unless there is other work arrangements where overtime would be paid and compensated.
Uyabona-ke ngomgqibelo isikhathi umuntu afanele ukuthi-ke asebenze amahora awu-4 njengoba-ke ummangalelwa-ke yena wahamba ngo-6 o'clock futhi usebenze nje amahora angaba awu-2. Uma ngabe-ke kukhona amalungiselelo athize-ke amayelana nokuthi yena ahambe phambi kwesikhathi sokuthi aclock-ke, lokho kungalungiswa-ke mayelana nokuthi i-overtime yakhe ikhokhelwa kanjani, ngoba phela-ke usethathe amahora awu-2 esikhathini sakhe esijwayelekile somsebenzi.
And what is the position if an employee gets permission from his supervisor to leave early? Is it documented anywhere?
Your Lordship, it's unfortunately not documented anywhere. However, in terms of the clocking system, I can just state for the court that if he left early without permission, due to his clocking duration status, it would put the company in a position to take disciplinary action if he left without permission.
Akukho la kubhalwa khona-ke ukuthi manje sekube nesivunyelwano esithize esimayelana ukuthi lona-ke uzohamba phambi kwesikhathi sokuthi angaclocka ngaso, ngaphandle kokuthi-ke ukuvumelana nje ngomlomo ukuthi yebo uvumelekile okanye uyagunyazwa ukuthi angahamba ngaleso sikhathi. Kodwa-ke uma kungatholakala-ke ukuthi uhambe ngaphandle kokuthi kube nemvume anikezwa yona ukuthi angahamba, lokho-ke kuyomenza ukuthi-ke abhekane nomthetho wasemsebenzini-ke.
Thank you, Madam. That is all.
Yes, Mr. Mulder. You said you had a file with you. Is that your labor relations file in respect of the employee? No, accused number 2.
Your Lordship, the file that I have with me is the employee's personal file records. So it doesn't contain the ER records specifically. It is all leave applications, all of the documentation, process documentation collated during his employment with the company, including his original offer of employment, etc.
Yeah.
File lena-ke ekhona lana imayelana-ke nendlela ummangalelwa okanye lo osebenzela le nkampani esebenze ngakhona, ama-document amayelana-ke nakho konke lokho ukuthi-ke ubengena kanjani emsebenzini, mhlambe into efana no-leave kanjalo-ke, iyona file siyibiza-ke ukuthi i-personal file yakhe leyo.
But according to that personal file and the records of clocking, on the 26th of October 2024, does it not show that he was not at work, accused number 2, on that day?
Yes, Your Lordship. According to the clocking history, it shows on the 26th no clockings for work or access because he wasn't expected at work.
Yeah, but the point I'm trying to make is, was he or was he not on work according to your records on the 26th of October?
He was not at work.
He was not at work. Would you have payment records concerning that day, that particular day? Was he paid for that day, the 26th of October?
Non-working days is actually on the employee's payslip. It will reflect as such. So on his payslip, it would have had a code that would say NW, which is a non-working shift.
Can you give the prosecutor at your leisure the pay slip for that period? Is it possible?
Yes, Your Lordship, we can.
In respect of the month of October up to the 1st of November, is it possible?
We can make it available to the court, Your Lordship.
Yeah, you don't have to come to court. But what you have to do is, if you have it, then you make an affidavit, okay?
We'll
to
do
certify that that pay slip is in respect of accused number 2, and it is in respect of the period from, you pay them on the 1st of the month, or what?
We work on a 25-day cycle, but it includes the non-working days, so it's from the 1st to the last day of the month. But depending on the pay cycle, we also have 5 different pay cycles. So I'll just have to confirm with the records, Your Lordship, when is his exact cycle dates, and then I will make sure that we extract a pay slip to cover that period.
Yes, please, and then you make an affidavit to the effect, and it can be handed up to court. But if you don't make an affidavit, then you'll have to come back here, physically. Are you with me?
Noted, Your Lordship.
Can you make arrangements with both Mr. Ramosepidi and the prosecutor, Mr. Baloi, how this exercise is going to be conducted? Okay.
Yes.
Manje uyakusho lokho ke ukuthi nge-26 zika-October 2014 yebo ubengekho njengoba inkantolo yayifuna ukuqinisekisa ukuthi nge-26 zika-October 2014 beke semsebenzini namachawe ukuthi cha bekengekho emsebenzini we-26. Kanti-ke mayelana-ke nokubhadalwa kwakhe-ke okanye iholo lakhe ngenxa yokuthi belakekho semsebenzini, uthi lokho kubhalwa phansi kwi-salary advice okwi-payslip yakhe lento okuthiwa-ke i-NW, i-non-work, kanti leyo suku-ke libhalwa phansi njengosuku angazange alusebenzele. Kanti-ke uyakusho lokho-ke ukuthi uma ngabe isidingo sikhona-ke ngizokwazi ukuthi ngilethe leyo-ke njengoba inkantolo-ke isicelile ukuthi makalethe-ke i-payslip ezobonisa-ke lo suku ukuthi ngempela nge-26 ka-October 2014 bekengekho semsebenzini. Kanti-ke lokho kuyomele ukuthi akunikeze umshushisi laphaya. And phezu kwalokho-ke kuyofanele-ke ukuthi anikezane-ke nestatement esikhomishiniwe. Uma engakwenzi lokho kuyofuneka ukuthi-ke uyophoxeka ukuthi makeze la enkantolo aphinde futhi azothula ubufakazi bakhe la enkantolo. Ngaleyo ndlela-ke uyakuvuma lokho ukuthi cha ngizokwenza isiqiniseko sokuthi ngiyayenza i-affidavit ekhomishiniwe ezohambelana nayo le payslip lena-ke ebonisa-ke iy'nsuku lezo angakwazanga ukuthi azisebenzele ngazo. Kanti-ke mayelana-ke nedate yokuthi-ke ubhadalwa nini okanye uthola nini iholo lakhe, uthi kukhona amasayikeli angaba u-5 wokubhadalwa-ke kwabasebenzi. Kuyofuneka ukuthi ngibheke emaphepheni wami ukuqinisekisa-ke ukuthi yena-ke isayikeli yakhe ye-payment yaba nini. Lokho-ke ngizokwazi ukuthi ngixoxe okanye-ke ngizixhumanise naye-ke umshushisi ukwenza isiqiniseko sakho. Thank you, my lord.
It's 10 days, okay, for this exercise, 10 days.
That will
Meaning
be
that by the, what's the date today, the 18th? By the 18th.
That will be sufficient, Your Lordship.
Okay, by the 18th, then the prosecutor, Mr. Ramosepidi, will advise me accordingly, okay? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
At this stage, the state wish to hand in an affidavit in terms of section 236 of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1957 of the bank records of accused number 2, Mr. Bongani Ntanzi. I'll just briefly put the contents thereof on record. This will be Exhibit DD1 just to keep it together with the cloaking history that has just been handed up, Exhibit DD. And it's First Lawrence Cars 63610 of 2014, affidavit in terms of Section 236 of Act 51 of 1977, with the heading Proof of Entries in Accounting Records and or Documentation of Banks. I, the undersigned, Carolina Petronella Buota, do hereby state that I am in the service of Capitec Bank, 60 Main Street, Johannesburg, herein after referred to as the bank, paragraph 2. I have examined the entries in the accounting records and the documents of this bank as set out in the annexure thereto.
Sorry. Just before you proceed, have you supplied that document to Mr. Ramusipiti?
Yes.
Is that so, sir?
I do have it, Madam.
Okay, yes. Yes, you're saying?
I don't have that document. I actually don't understand what is now happening.
No, but the prosecutor said this concerns only accused number 2.
Yeah, but the state needs to understand that in their indictment, they are alleging conspiracy, so this accused are charged in terms of the common purpose. So
okay,
we
fine.
need to furnish that information.
We will make it available to counsel.
And you're entitled to cross-examine if you're saying that, sir. So we can even recall that witness which left here.
But my concern, my Lord, is about what is happening now.
Yes, so that
is now reading into the record. It was never discussed with us. I don't know whether it was discussed with Mr. Ramusipili because he simply stands up and read something into the record that was never discussed with us. It is as if we're not part of the trial. In the indictment, they are alleging common purpose.
No, fine, I hear you.
Yes.
It was discussed
We
with
need to
Mr.
furnish this information first before this process can unfold.
It was discussed with Mr. Ramusipili, my lord.
But not us.
Can I then proceed, my lord? We will make copies for Advocate Nisi.
You know what? To be fair, can you recall Mr. Mulder? Do you have his number?
Yes, he is also, but they do have...
No, you must cross-examine him.
Oh, sorry.
Just forward Mr. Mulder.
I think it should be outside.
Just forward Mr. Mulder.
I was quickly calling him.
Well, I beg permission to approach my learned colleague, Mr. Baloyi. Thank you, Madam Attorney. That's it.
Is he still around?
I'm told his phone is off.
Hello?
Maybe adjourn for I don't know if my colleagues have got cross-examination for him.
Yeah, no, let's wait for Mr. Mulder first. Because Mr. Mshololo approached me in chambers and said he's aware that you are only going to be leading the evidence of number 2, and she requested to be excused so that she must be deputized by her learned colleague. So I took it for granted that these things are discussed, and you adumbrated it by saying that what you are going to lead, the evidence only concerns accused number 2, and nobody objected at that stage.
Yes.
So I took it that it was by arrangement.
But please, I didn't seem to get any signal from my colleagues that they want to join issue with anything that was said by the witness.
If he's not around, then we adjourn. Then he can come back tomorrow morning.
Yes, but if I can make a suggestion just to find out from my learned friend if they have any cross-examination, because if they don't, then there's no point in him coming back.
No. Call Mr. Mulder.
As a confused.
I'll be accused of people not having a fair trial. So we can adjourn so that he comes and be cross-examined.
Can you just adjourn briefly?
And then tomorrow, are you calling any other witness?
Well, we are at a stage, my lord, where we want to start with a trial within a trial.
No, fine. But I'm
Yes.
saying, are you calling
Yes.
any witness tomorrow?
I'm getting there, my lord. And my learned friend, it affects Mr. Ramosepeli, and he has indicated, my lord, that there are certain issues that he wants to consider. So all I'm saying is that it's unlikely that we'll be sitting tomorrow.
Yeah.
My lord, I wish to clarify it here. In this trial, I've just indicated that the state in the indictment are saying that this accused person acted in furtherance of a common purpose. Now, if they are alleging that the issue that they will be leading tomorrow, they only affect accused number 2, then they need to be specific that insofar as
now it
the
affects
other
everybody.
accused are concerned, they are then withdrawing the allegation of a common purpose in the indictment.
No,
Then we will sit down and do nothing.
It affects everybody.
And then if it affects
Unless there
everybody-
is consent.
Yes.
Like, for instance, we let evidence here of Mr. What's Captain who, Masitla?
Yes, Captain Masitla.
Yeah, and that evidence was neutral.
Yes. Yes.
I mean, if we were preoccupied with expediency and time, that evidence should have been admitted.
Yes.
We spend a day, Mr. Baloi,
Yes.
you are the
Yes.
prosecutor.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, we spend a day singing.
Yes, I indicated that his
And
evidence.
then, that evidence we all know,
Yes.
it affects nobody here.
Yes.
Instead of you, as the dominus litis, trying to say this evidence can be admitted.
Well, we did prepare an admission. The court will recall that we did prepare that admission, but it wasn't admitted. And just to clarify what Advocate Ms. is saying, what we're saying is that the statements affect the clients of Mr. Ramosepeli. That's what we're saying.
So we are adjourning now.
Just to see if we can get hold of Mr. Mulder, just for a few minutes, my lord.
Okay, 5 minutes.